Hello, how's everyone doing? Give me one more second. My earbuds are tangled up. Hello. Let me untangle these. Also, is my camera already out of focus? Part of the stream? Really? Yeah. Thing's been acting up. Able to identify? No. I didn't touch it. Is it not there? I see it on my end in OBS as an option. How you doing, Nunu? How you doing, Priz? Anyone else might be lurking about? Let me know if any audio or video settings are weird. Did a driver update and had to reset a bunch of my BG3 settings. Like, the game just went back to not borderless windowed. So I had to correct that, and I'm sure something else changed that I missed. Hey Mia, how are you? Common Twitch mobile fail. Twitch mobile. You'd think with how much the CEO jerks it to content on the mobile app that it would work well, but no. Continue. So, we got to Act 3, we got to level 12. He's too busy jerking to remember. Fair enough. Hey Toad, how are you? Hope you're well. Capitalism. Got him. Gearing up. That's what we have to do. Need to do Mirror of Loss. I want to do some science with that whole thing. Yeah. Part of me wants to bring Shadowheart for the conversations, but it just makes the whole thing clunky, because then she'll be, like, in my party during combat, and I don't deal with that headache. So the question is whether I long rest right now.
Private word would be nice.
Extra, we're all screwed. I don't want to think about it, man.
What is she planning? Until then, may my father keep safe.
I don't want to think about that, man. It's... yeah. We have last night. It's... we are fucked.
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document it all as accurately as possible.
See what my elixir situation is looking like. Those... I do have enough to make a bloodlust. Only one, but... could at least buy Divine Bone Shards. Or, not Divine Bone Shards, Elixirs of Universal Resistance directly. There's 2 vendors that just stock them. Don't really have to worry about crafting those. was the other stuff. I'm expecting the Mizora Rest event right now. I did go and have the statue commissioned. I don't need Boots of Persistence on right now. Right. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Holy hells.
It's a zombie versus a guy who wants to skull fuck the planet.
In your contract, Will, signed in blood. Bloody choose.
Do
It will attack. We a bad guy.
What's that look you're giving me? I feel like a mouse cornered by a cat. Pity. Lady Shah's initiates. We weren't supposed to have relationships. You can, and as long as my actions can be thought of as honoring Shah or honing skills, I know few, but I'll give.
But my father will live. We will. But well, we should hurry to this mystery prison. This prison's in the lower city. Let's move.
Yeah, we're not going there for like a while, Will. But okay, man. Preemptive bonk. It's too distracted by
A
doing
man
boom
might
to
twist
bonk.
himself.
Your ruined brain lurches, and bilious intestines.
As you should. But your father can be beaten.
Jahira, how do you know that?
And the last time I saw
I haven't
him,
had that conversation with you.
I had a choice.
Okay.
Stay the worst, but it has not been. Oh,
Oh yeah, we can finally science the thing. I'm gonna try when I accept Ball. I'm gonna try doing it while Jahira is dead. Like, I'm gonna have Jahira jump into the water while she's in my party, then have Withers watch over her, and then see what happens. Hey Flint, how are you? How far did you end up getting yesterday? I hit old man hours and sleepy. Yeah, that should be good here. Old man, it's spiritual old man. Old man is a state of mind.
How did your company is it?
As
I
your
just want
eye.
to dream of sleep. Okay, our House of Grief, nice. Been good, that's good. I'll probably do House of Grief here in a few minutes. I'll do House of Grief first or Mirror, or Marco Heshker first. I think Marco Heshker first. Yeah, okay. Arcana Religion here. Both 3 Agathis for now. Need to go into Sorcerer Sundries. Tell Lorokin to sit his punk ass down. And then rob the place.
How can I help you?
This is where we pop onto Ethel's Charm. That gives me Fox's Cunning, Eagle's Splendor, Bull's Strength, Cat's Grace, and Owl's Wisdom. That is advantage in all skill checks. It's double carry weights, reduced fall damage. Yeah. Wow.
Welcome. If you
How am I doing? I'm doing well. What should I refer to you as? Caffeinated but dead inside, because that's a long thing. If it's that, I can do that too. It's like making sure I refer to people by what I should. Ems, okay, Ems. Yeah, I'm doing well today. Bit of a grumpy start to the day, but the caffeine is doing its job.
Surely you wouldn't have entered my tower without... The Night Song. Where is it?
Animal face. Remember to do the Volo surgery this run, so we do have C-Invis without needing the Assassin of Valcal or a scroll. Hey Troll, how are you? Makes 2 of us. Coffee's doing his job today for me. I need to be shapeshifted too. I'm also gonna probably cast Survival Instinct on myself. Forgot to put that on. May as well. Just roll well. And fully caffeinated as well. Got alert because work wanted to come support, checking on the run, you and such. I really appreciate that. I hope work treats you okay. Hope the caffeine treats you great. And appreciate you being here, Holmes. Yeah, you can just take the key from that display case without opening it or dealing with the trap. There's a few things in the game like that where the hitbox is just like, yeah, this one's a joke. Robe of the Weave. I hadn't really considered as an option, but it's 12 AC. So like, this is some good armor class. However, it looks like trash. And fashion is endgame, so it's unfortunate. So I could go Bolts of Doom to get access to Chain Lightning and retain access to lightning charges. I can do Deadlier than Arsenic to inflict poison, so I wouldn't need Cloak of Displacement to, for enemies to have disadvantage in their attacks. On Shaking Thunder for additional reverb. And access to Destructive Wave. Sizzling Cataclysm is probably the play, though. Because then I can Hunger of Hadar. Noxious Fumes is okay. What fights do I have in the short term? Arlep. House of Grief. House of Grief says Bolts of Doom. But I'll change situationally.
Here we go.
Above.
Anyone lend me some coffee? The only form of caffeine I have is soft drinks. Not in the mood for that. Oof. Yeah. Let's see. What's news to you, Troll? What happened?
Let's have a look.
Vaults. I mean, I have knock. Yeah, may as well.
Can't keep me out. Quite some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages.
Yeah, I guess I could have come here earlier for the XP as well, but I always forget. There's so much XP in Act 3. Did I loot that? So does morning coffee recognize it's weird? It has to be specific, so does. Dr. Pepper is an acceptable morning coffee. That's a really weird sentence, but let me cook.
My rescuer left.
Don't mind if I do. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones. No traps, please.
Why did Della's mom name her son after the Latin word for pain? She's stupid. I mean, she was probably in a lot of pain when she had him, so, like, maybe it was the first word that came to mind. You ever think of that? What if she fucking died? Got spoilers. Because Dolores is a girl name? Ah, so it's the masculine version of that, I see. That totally makes sense.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
So much money and loot down here. Hey, El Trenchy, thank you so much for the prime. I really appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying the content. Have to have you here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No. Who's there?
Ramazet, Elminster, Silverhand, Karsus. Each door named after a powerful word. But what lies behind them? With a flick of the wrist.
Never completed BG3, kept restarting before finishing Act 1, now doing an honor run to be a challenge found on YouTube, looking for videos to watch in the background. Hey, I'm happy to provide background. Like, that's absolutely what I use stream VODs for, too. I'm happy you're getting use out of it. And best of luck on your BG3 endeavors. I love just learning more about this game. Panty casting knock, what a legend. I kinda don't care about my spell slots at this point. They trade. Just kinda like, eh. Like, what am I even using first and second level spell slots for? Like, first level for Sanctuary, I guess. Do I not have remove curse? I do. Oh yeah, that overwrites my Agathis. I hate that. I forgot about that. I always do. I don't ever actually want that buff. Ugh. Hey Mark, Jack who? Jack and all the stuff from this vault? You tell him. How's your run going, Mark? I saw you were in here. You did House of Hope too, right? Did I imagine that? I think I was half asleep. Multiclassing at the Thief or a Monk with that extra bonus action worth it? It can be. Raphael took Hope with him. I guess he was right when he said Hope dies today. That's okay. That's okay. Greater Health Amulet MVP. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab that thing today. That with Bone Spike Garb and Helldusk Helmet is my defensive plan for this run, I think. especially compared to having 8 con. The doubters, like, people aren't ready for the level of optimization that Mark hit with his run of dumping Constitution. Dumping Constitution is correct. It is optimal. Constitution is the least valuable stat for that run, because you don't want to dump Int on Eldritch Knight. Dumping Wisdom is risky for a bunch of sections of the game. Charisma is important. You absolutely need Strength unless you want to be shackled to a Strength elixir the whole time. And then Dexterity is goated. Actually did dump Int. I suppose swinging a melee weapon, you don't need to dump. You don't need Int as much. And you do have Warp Headband of Intellect. It can work. I'd probably opt for, like, neutral Int, personally, but point remains. Dumping Con makes sense, because you can get extra HP from sources of aid. You can get extra HP effectively from temp HP, and then eventually you get Amulet of Greater Health if you want it. Like, you can still have good HP with bad con. Just your concentration starts to suffer, but... oh well. Put Headband on just for the brain, no other reason. Yeah. It's funny how the brain so often reverts to Act 1 gear for me. It's like, okay, Cloak of Protection, Crusher's Ring, Boots of Speed, Warped Headband of Intellect. Give me all those. Breastplate +1? You're telling me a breast +1 this plate? Drop of Skies.
No more puzzles.
Shining moment of the fight for me. I passed a DC 31 concentration save easily and rolled double ones in the follow-up DC 10. I rolled ones twice on the Merkle fight, and I was very annoyed about it. That's the thing, Constitution doesn't prevent that. So, like, Constitution investment would have prevented the 2 that broke my firewall concentration on Merkle. But, like, the 2 ones? No, I'd have still been screwed. Even if I care about concentration, I'm simply not a Constitution believer. Back up to 10k gold. The dead shot. If I were to use the dead shot, I would probably have to switch from Ketheric Shield back to Sentinel Shield. I'm +9 right now. haven't Drake threaded any weapons because I think I'm at the point where there's no merit in doing so. The thing is, I'll have to choose between Rhapsody and Marco Heschker on this run. Rhapsody will be better. To make sure I have Rhapsody by the time I fight Orin, I suppose. Means I won't have lightning charges going anymore. But that's okay. Rhapsody is also accuracy. More than lightning charges. Do I want Duelist Prerogative? I don't think I do. It's like, I could go kill Laura for Ethel and get 6k gold that way. 3k, but there's a rogue check to make it 6.
Interviews, politics, gossip. Gets in that blood.
D10 more like DC 100. Feels that way, Thurov. How you doing?
Something's on my mind.
You have come far, I perceive. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
I really do like the Sacred Star. I don't think I'll use it on this run, but I really like this weapon. How many old monster scrolls do I have? Well, technically, Hold Person would do the job too. I have one more of these.
Divine protectors of Baldur's Gate, hear this humble plea. Shield our people from the depredations of the absolute heretics.
You see an altar dedicated to Mystra.
Yeah, offering to Mystra, it's just because it's funny with everything we did to Gale this run.
The amount you've offered proves you're the mistress of magic.
Or run halfway through, near miss or enjoyer. It's such a good item. Such a good item.
See this? This is what happens.
Oh yeah, I have Flurry of Blows. I should put that somewhere convenient. Fine sense. I'd actually be okay too.
Stay back. Stay calm. Warning you. It's on the list.
Too much shit on my bar. So, dealing with Dolor to get Crater Flesh Gloves would be wise. The question is, how do I want to deal with him? I'll probably wait till after I've done Mirror of Loss and stuff. So that means there's 2 places I need to bring Shadowheart. Why does the game still think I have Scratch summoned? I absolutely don't. I hate this bug. So the last time this happened, there were just summons like I couldn't get rid of portrait-wise forever. I don't have Scratch out. that happens. Any fix? It's annoying.
Afternoon.
Oh, I'm about to clean up certain memory. It never gets unloaded. Mostly summons. Ah. Maybe you should have Scratch out. He's on cooldown right now. Hot today.
Will's father won't be around forever, but the pact, that's a different matter. I hope he won't live to regret being sentimental.
Okay, Shark, calm down.
Oh.
Remember that you said that.
The city is close now. Followers of Lady Shah will be watching, no doubt, waiting for my return. We should do what we can to find them. What they know could help us.
I take the other one first.
Here rests Alistair Marnley,
Actually,
taken too soon.
At this grave. Grief, even. That name on the tombstone before. He'd surely not have been buried here if he was exposed. He...
DJ Shark, do. Damn it, Mark. I hate that I instantly knew. Like, that shouldn't be so decipherable. Like, so immediately recognizable as text. But it is, and I hate it.
Graffiti. It almost looks like it was done in my hand. Did I do this?
Did I do that?
That graffiti from before. All the time I spent training. Hidden away. Baldur's Gate. Just wandering the streets is causing Oh, I'm well aware. Trust me. In fact, as I remember so little,
Internet
way
thing
things
sucks.
stand,
We're rooting back to
all
the
my
chat room
fondest
days.
memories revolve around
Based.
you. Honestly, and don't laugh, it doesn't dredge up any specifics. Just a shame.
Okay. But it can.
Good idea, I think.
Properties donated to us by our guests. The Celtic House.
Greetings. Do you seek help?
Yes.
You are in the right.
Possible strat art to save her parents, says Selena without persuasion. Yes. We're doing a bit of science to see if we can have that happen with
Sounds like there's
DJ
gold
Shark.
inside. Their proceeds?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Yeah, I didn't long strider myself.
The House of Grief welcomes you.
The buff bar's too
That
long, I
stands
can't
ready
collapse
to
it.
ease your troubles.
That's unfortunate. Once I get Helldust gloves, Flurry of Blows is actually a decent opener. Not fantastic, but like, okay. By and large, huh. What do I do with all these buffs mean?
Can't risk being in open view.
Who just opened the door? I didn't know you go out there.
Cream and red.
There you go. Walked over, started attacking Drawer in his room. They never aggroed me. Oh, because they were like neutral. Hmm. Interesting.
Takes it.
Flurry blows. I thought it would be funny. Ooh, the crit.
Breathe deep and move.
Should I do this before getting Amulet of Greater Health? As long as I pre-pop Elixir of Universal Resistance, it'll be fine. I have 4 of those.
Softer than a whisper.
This is where Flurry Blows is nice. Just bonus action. I wanted water here for a reason. In case I need to escape. Electrified water there helps. Because now that there's a blood service in the middle, they will likely, instead of trying to jump over it, they'll either try to shadow step past it, which I can create light here so they can't, or they'll jump in the blood, and then they won't be able to jump over the rest of the water until the following turn. Contingencies.
No time to rest.
Religion. Let's hold off.
Should mind my step.
Hey, Luffy. Stop and say hi. Just go listen to prep for my trip. A good stream. Thank you. Hope everything prep-wise for your trip goes to your expectations. If your expectations are good. If they're not, then I hope it subverts your expectations.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
I don't have many thief tools, so I might need to buy more from Volo. Oh, I hope has a bunch in this bag. We're good.
Best be on the way.
Go hostile as soon as you cross the threshold there. Interestingly. The others are already hostile.
Are those prisoners? What's been done to them?
Forgot a step. I need to pass perception over here. I have advantage from Hellrider. I have +2 for Mask of Soul Perception. Particle Shifter active too.
There's a hole back there, behind the crates.
Rolled a 20. Lol.
Curious. Looks like someone made a little den for themselves here. A mirror that steals memories. Very sharp.
Actually do need to learn Stow Curse, or remove Curse here, rather. Because I only have 1 scroll. But I have 3 spell slots, so I can just cast it more this way. Eater of Iconia with permanent Shield of Faith. I would never do that. Can you not close this door once it's open? I guess you can.
A huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror. One used by the Sharans to plunder memories. You feel a presence. The mirrors, you must surrender some part of yourself. But what?
Let's go Wisdom.
Something still there. A foreign you embody, whatever the dark mirror. The huge mirror stare. The mirror, you must surrender some part of yourself.
Is
But what?
Constitution.
You feel still there. A foreign you embody, whatever the dark.
Intelligence now.
The huge mirror stares down the mirror. You must surrender some part of yourself. The gaps in still you feel it's where once the mirror showed nothing. There is
We don't get the
something. Memories, experiences,
ideal
skills,
that
all
buff.
prized from the
I might
minds
only
of
get +1
others.
charisma from here.
And
Should be
they're offered
awkward,
to you to choose from.
but it just means that I'll have 18 in the finale.
A door the dark.
No, we got the +2. Okay. I didn't get the additional +1. Sadly. Rage Impeded is blocking panty casting. That's interesting. Because that's a condition change. 18 charisma. So we're dealing with these Sharans. What elixir do I have right now? I have Acuity. Switch to Battle Mage. Better ending for Shard if you free your parents or if you free them. If you free them, the first one. Good endings either way, but like, I don't know, I weigh her getting her actual family after everything the three of them have been through. I weigh that as a better outcome than avoiding hand ouchies. Maybe my opinion there is colored by, you know, I got chronic pain IRL, so that's manageable. You get the mirror? Yeah. We didn't get the +3, but we did get the +2. No inspo spent. All worked out nicely. You get +3. You can get an additional +1 to Charisma if you are lucky. It's specifically Charisma. You can get +1 Charisma and then +2 to any stat. That +2 can also just be to Charisma, but... My partner also has chronic back pain, and she would 100% pick to save her least favorite family member, then lose that pain. At a certain point, you just become accustomed to it. It's your baseline. Like, I do not remember a day where I wasn't in pain. It's not a concept that exists to me. Ever. Life. Okay, now shovel gets vigilance. Jump. Light. The featherfall.
Come on, can't stay idle. Let's go.
Okay, thanks, game. That's new. Damn lightning, yeah, apparently.
Still on my feet.
I am Lady Shah's instrument. You cannot win.
The Night Singer shall prevail.
You.
Dodge.
Gotta give Shovel Shield to Thralls, but honestly, it's fine.
What now?
I say, how are you? Sure, man. Not the haste spores. One's frightened, so they can't do anything. It's what I care most about. Flip. Cute. One turn Haste Wars. Over here. That 38 damage on Dissonant Whispers, yeah. Resonance Stone. Gives Psychic Vuln and imposes disadvantage on mental saving throws. So I'm doing it against them with advantage. And I upcast to a 3rd level spell slot.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Myself for not having brought that with me as Lae'zel. I hadn't considered that the sword cancels out all the drawbacks. Yeah, it synergizes perfectly. You get the double damage against the enemies, but because it gives you psychic resistance and advantage on those saving throws, you're back to neutral. It's a very good combo. It's something I always grab. There's a lot of builds where I put it away for some situations, but I always try to grab it. Yeah, you can see it, darkness, right? You don't go for it. Hit me. That was a lot. Ow. Paladin yet? Yeah. The bestest paladin. The kind that is barely a paladin at all.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Need to find a way forward.
That will be a great paladin. Oath of Murderizing. Yep.
What's hiding here?
Opponent's shield for an extra 1 AC. I like that. Lose the spell attack roll and save DC from Kethric's shield, but that's fine for now. I want a short rest yet. Actually, I should.
That took
Maybe
the edge
stuff
off.
black hole. Oh, I forgot I had us waiting over there too. That phantom scratch is annoying. Hate that.
Wonder what's past this.
Shield's main reason I go here, +1 AC and spell shield so good. The main reason I go here is for the mirror. But yeah, in situations where I don't need my shield to fix my initiative, yeah, Vicone's shield's pretty good. Oh yeah, let me actually get a heart here. Cool. Meaningless oath did I take? Vengeance.
Already feeling better.
The Inquisitors might give you some value. Maybe.
This is it. Where I was. Oh. Aren't you a sight for Sora? The
You have 18 charisma and it can daze, just doesn't last long enough. Yeah, 1 turn. Ugh. Anti-cast it. Yes. Anti-casting helps paladins with their channel oath charges not being worthless too, I guess.
It can't be. Another vile trick.
That was me. I did that. How?
This was my gift to you. Power is not created. It merely changes from one form to another. Their pain becomes your might. Their suffering furthers your glory.
I don't understand. Who
We're
are
up to
these?
anti-cast fix paladin.
Arnell Hallowleaf and his wife, Emily, once. They were among the most fanatical of my sister, Selûne's followers. But for years they have been here, resisting my embrace, just as I wished them to. Their wrong-headed resolve allowed me to shape you. But I need not tell you. I can show you. It is time to remember.
Typical nerd.
Time to
Still wondering how dipshits like Shar are gods. She's
You
just
find
so
yourself thrust into
petty and
Shadowheart's mind.
stupid and
But it's different
has
than
no
before.
self-control.
There's more.
Like,
More than you
she's
or
supposed to be
she
a
can
manipulator, but
comprehend.
she's just too petty to actually be
Flood
good
of
at it.
Restored memories, finished thoughts, revealed secrets.
Well, it's a fantasy game, but still, no, that's Shar. Shar is stupid evil. Like, you see, like Baal, for example, is also stupid evil. But like, Shar is very much in the same sphere, just pretends to be smart, pretends to be deep. Baal just doesn't have the pretense. He's like, I like killing, quite a bit. Shar adds on this whole layer of, oh, well, it's about loss and you gotta give up something to gain something. It's like, no, she just likes fucking with people. That's it. She's pretentious, yeah. Memories are restored.
Yes.
I think people who pray to CEOs, politicians, don't get me started, Chris. Don't get me fucking started.
I remember them.
To be a crypto bro in real life? Real.
Parents. What have you done to them?
We, child. We did this to them.
I'm gonna let her act on her own. I'm not gonna influence her decision. I don't actually know which she'll pick here. Why is her hair white? Because I murdered the shit out of Dame Aelin.
Jen. Is that you? Why
She
do
murdered the
you
shit out of Dame Aelin,
tall?
but
It's not her, Em. It's just another trick. Another way to hurt us.
It's me. I'm Jennifer.
Jennifer is no more. She never left those dark woods. It was Shadowheart.
very concept of Shar and worship is self-indulgent based Minty. Minty just gets so much right.
I made you.
He's evil, but she's so insightful.
A sacrifice is not a
Morning, Urban Mac.
sacrifice if it has no meaning. This is the final step. Snuff out the last embers of your
She's
old
smart evil,
life,
yeah.
so that you can finally be who you were meant to be. Kill them.
If evil, then why mommy shaped? Checkmate atheists.
Then I will take the memories away from you again. Loss will heal you, and you will be my right hand at last.
You're a monster, not a goddess.
I am neither. I am nothing. I am the empty room. The dreamless sleep. The shadow's shadow.
What does that even
There was
mean?
no pain before my sister set the sun aflame. Now you exist to suffer.
Like, I can
Until you
repeat
find your
things
way
to make
back
them
to my
sound profound
embrace.
too. I am the cockhead's cockhead.
Do you remember your training, child? I know you do. All the times you stood in this room, wondering why this pair seemed so familiar.
I hate Shar. She sucks.
All the times you honed your skills on them.
Actor does a great job though.
Everything. The pain, the pleading, their torturer wearing their daughter's face.
Whoops, I just started worshiping
End
choir.
their nightmare. Give them peace.
Oh no, did I make a cult? Do whatever you feel is right. I don't know what she'll do. Now, in the other route, where she does have the white hair by this point, you could hit 2 dialogue triggers to get her to make a different choice. Oh, no, we're in ad jail. Alright, I'll wait a minute. The actor doing a good job is probably a big piece of why you hate Char. Likely, J-Bridge. Very likely. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Hey, Batchet, man, how are you? He represents nihilism, maybe? I do find nihilism to be, to borrow Minthara's words, self-indulgent. That's the cult greeting? Mm-hmm. Saying if she knew those were her parents, she would never touch them? Yeah. You can even find in one of Viconia's journals, Viconia is venting about how frequently they have to keep mind-wiping Shadowheart to get her to, like, do Shar and shit. Like, she's fundamentally a good person. So the brainwashing doesn't even stick. They have to keep doing it. So they have to keep her in a state where she has no memories at all, and then keep resetting that, because she's not actually a piece of shit like them. And 40 years of constant indoctrination by the Sharans could not change that about her. It takes Tav or Dirge or, you know, whatever avatar you are pushing her further to make that stick, if you want that to stick. But an entire brainwashing nihilism cult can't make Shard a bad person. The player can. Seems weird to have to keep mind-wiping folks as followers. Well, they're all subject to it, too. If you go for the wisdom buff from the mirror, it's explicitly Viconia's memories that you're getting. The so-called, you know, leader of this particular house of worship to Shar is not exempt from, hey, give memories now. And I know some people who have played the previous games did not like this game's interpretation of Viconia, and I think that that's because she was in the mind-wiping cult for a century, and she's not really the same person anymore. Seeing what happens in the real world, these mental gymnastics aren't too far off. Oh, I totally agree with you there.
What's right? Have I ever known what that truly is?
Do your duty.
I have no idea what she's gonna do.
Final trial. Then you will be whole.
No! You've already brought
We got her
me
to
what
not
I
do it.
need.
Yeah, so if you hit those 2 dialogue triggers, she'll just choose not to do it. Checklist.
Don't anger her, Jen. Just get out. Save yourself.
You have to click on a certain headstone in the cemetery, and then you have to walk by some graffiti. And then you have to talk to her about how she likes smelling the city. And then her default choice will change from killing them to sparing them.
For 2 strangers that you share
On both routes.
Go then. Leave. The dark will still be waiting. But keep some memories.
None of the gods come off well in BG3.
You learned so much. Applying your skills to these
the music god is fine. He's pretty chill.
Whenever you look upon their faces.
You only meet him in the epilogue, though.
I did that. How did I do that to them? So many
Not sure what the trigger in
times.
Moonma versus Living is. It's there's 2 specific conversations you have to hit, Pris. It requires having her in your party, and it's 2 spots in the lower city map.
It will be a hungry more.
Otherwise, you have to pass a persuasion check. But if you have those conversations, well, I guess it's 3 conversations. It's hit those 2 triggers, and then a mark will appear over her head. You have those 3 conversations, and then she'll just choose not to do it.
There is nothing to forgive. You did what was
Check
necessary.
stuff? Yeah. It'll happen in the other room.
And you came back to us. What more could a mother want?
You alright?
I will be. Once we get clear of this place.
Do what you need to, Jen. We can follow your trail. Once we've rested a little. The Moon Maiden still guides us.
Am I gonna accept Ball on this run?
Shar.
Maybe I don't.
My parents. Why, hello, lover. That sounded...
Maybe I don't, actually.
Can't slow down.
How's that rejecting Shar is different to the parents' fate? It's just the framing of the choices is different. It's either Mercy kill them in a Saloonite fashion, or kill them on Shar's orders. And that's the binary. And then the other choice in both instances is free them.
Sept has a transcript of a conversation with Archduke.
Turtle doesn't have worshippers. In the dungeon where you can meet him in this game, he had worshippers. I don't know if there's any more active, but there's evidence that there were.
How can I help?
That whole crypt is a
I suppose that
place of worship to him. We're doing a Misty Step Scrolls 6. Hey, so far, how's the run going? It's going well. We just dealt with House of Grief. Got our permanent +2 charisma. Pretty good. And now with this on, we get 4 turns of momentum. Start of combat. And advantage and concentration is nice. Here's AO doesn't have any worshippers. That would make sense. Yeah, I'll use up the chain lightning here. Then I'm gonna want to switch to Hunger of Hadar. Acid Attunement.
This calls for careful footwork. Wonder if the gods are watching me. With haste.
God's words are clear.
Protect!
Hey Lone, how are you? Good fight. this?
Time to press ahead.
A tier 100 badge. Literally not. Never bought bits. You can get bits from watching ads. I don't know if that's still a thing actually, but at some point in the past you could get bits by watching ads. So maybe you got them that way.
I'll take that. Better be cautious. I've got a long road ahead. How much further can I go? Don't want to draw any attention. I don't need any attention right now.
Some groceries, BRB. Sounds good.
That door is saturated with necrotic magic. Best keep my distance.
23 did a thing. Weird. I'm gonna say hi.
What path lies before? I smell a trap.
Goaty actually has like real good AC. Let's forget about that. So we're gonna go Ring of Spiteful Thunder to daze him to turn off his dex bonus to AC. So it's actually from his armor. He's wearing heavy armor. Okay, so no, that won't help. Obfuscation ring though. Ketheric shield for a moment. Let's go soul perception. We want accuracy here.
Out of sight, out of mind.
These crits. Got noxious fumes on him. He's bludgeoning bones, he flurry of blows. Just one of them missed. Still prone. Flurry of blows again.
Fall by my hand. There's an inscription on the ring. I don't recognize the language though. Don't waste a step.
Keep that on for the initiative, I suppose. My classes? Yeah. One in each. I forgot my telekinesis gloves. Camp, didn't I? A scroll. Awkward. and I thunderwave the child's corpse. I don't really need Helmet of Grit.
Seen this language before. Inscribed on the Tsar's signet ring, I think.
I probably want to have spell slots back for this. Yeah. Picking fighter or rogue will not change your casting stat unless you go level 3 pick the casting subclass. That's my understanding of how those classes work, yes. But, like, if you start as fighter or rogue, your casting stat will be int, because it has to start somewhere.
Just have a view. Looking closer, the ring slot.
Light on my feet.
Thanks, you're welcome, gotcha, man.
Another step forward.
Make. No. Master favors wolf, not rat. Master not. Keep it spawn.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Surprise, I want initiative. We take that. Noxious fumes on you. Can get Spellmite. I like acid arrow here. Goes down. Everyone's surprised except for these two. We got the noxious fumes damage going with Callous Glow on top of it. Altar of Hadar and good value over there. You made it out of the noxious fumes, but like, did you make it out of the noxious fumes? You did. Good job. No smoke powder arrows yet. Here's that I am. Fireball scrolls. No, I forgot that. Oh, no, I have one. Two. They'll make it to me this time. That's what these are for.
Blood comes easy these days.
Guess that wolf can't open doors. Amusing. Rat can, though. Crit, but immune to physical. They're just there to change the target. Because I had these enter at the end of a turn, they get to act on this turn.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
You're steeped in bliss, psychic one.
Is that blood?
Easy peasy.
No, never mind. Light on my feet.
This phantom scratch is so annoying. I can't get rid of it. Bah. Run invalid, no longer solo.
You stand on a clean. There are some scuffs to show its aim.
Ruined. Hey, Third Monkey, how are you?
The elevator lies ready to carry you back up to the palace.
I was gonna leave, like... What is stopping me from fighting Cazador right now? I haven't really expended anything super duper important yet. Blood of Lathander on me. I want Blood of Lathander on me. That's what's stopping me.
The elevator lies ready.
It's Dylan Paladin last I see as is right and just. I actually used my flurry of blows from the monk level way more than I thought I would. And by that I mean I've used it like 4 times. Out of what I thought would be 0. That was amusing.
Here goes
State
nothing.
11 not taking 12 until the brain fight. Fortunately, then I'd be stuck at having wisdom as my casting stat. Either until the brain fight or during the brain fight, so. Not the play. I just go Belligerent Skies and Ronin Cazador that way. Like, I want the DR from Adamantine, but I might need the damage from Potent Robe. I'm gonna need Vigilance, and then I probably switch to Peerless Focus until Chatterteeth's dead. I don't have Amulet of Greater Health for that HP buffer, so I'm thinking maybe I could use an Aid Scroll here. Or I could go get Xanartupin and have him upcast Aid at me, but... meh. How many Spore Grenades do I have? 0. Well, that's not ideal. No damage reduction like this. What's Cazador got? +8? I always forget. Oh, he has +10. Right. Okay, yeah, so I need more. Otherwise, I'm gonna use Universal Resistance. It is Spell Might. The idea is I start the fight with Vigilance, and then I use my bonus action on that first turn to switch to Peerless Focus so that Chattertooth can't sleep me. Dusk Boots. Not my favorite amount of AC. Both universal resistance, this should be fine. Question is if I pop a long rest pot to get my 3rd level spell slots back. Shouldn't have switched to Vigilance yet. I have more. Costly. I want zombies. I don't think I do. Back level 3. Level 3. Now I switch back to Vigilance. Let's check Blurg for hastening spores. We'll check the 3 alchemy shops in this map. The idea here is Cazador, and if I am still okay on resources, or, you know, I have long rest potions, then we also go for Dolor and initial House of Hope stuff, while I still have Santi Ethel's charm active.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Your case has naturally... The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
Blurg, legend. He's the GOAT. Simply unparalleled.
Anyway, we can take your pick.
I still need to read the book again to get Dance Macabre.
The once indecipherable glyphs now feel dangerously familiar, promising unholy power to those who can take it.
Even with all these bonuses, barely got it. Let's see if Fitz is selling smoke powder arrows. Those have actually been very valuable.
Need something for defense? Or maybe offense? Either way, I've got what you need.
You sure do.
Still breathing, despite everything.
See what I can do craft-wise. Enough for now. I can afford to carry the pot around for a little bit. While I have this extra carry weight from
Have I been
the
this
bone.
way before?
Could get Rapture for this too, but I kind of prefer to have that for Orin or Vortash.
I need a quick word.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
I guess I am going to check Stylenhorst.
Anything else?
I didn't actually need more oil sharpness, I noticed at the last second. So because I kept Will in the Pact, Ravengard will be all juiced up during Iron Throne. Should make saving everyone there even easier.
What does it feel like?
Trying to think if I can justify not having the Diva for that, but I don't think I can. Having Diva plus Scratch gives me 2 help action options. Means I can free Omelum and the Gondian in the chair on the same turn. Without needing to personally do it. Run out of money again. Surprising. I haven't really been looting. Fucking Iron Flask. Steelmaker has a hold person upcast. I guess I don't get rid of it for that reason, but like, course, I'll cast it myself.
Short.
Short.
Hello again, sir. Everything alchemical from potions to poisons. Just do make sure
Oh,
you
hates
read
me,
the
spores,
label
horse.
before quaffing.
Disappointed in you. I can check Popper too. There's some hastening spores in Haraj's basement. Go grab those. Do I want Unstable Blood yet, though? That's the thing. I really don't think that I do. I haven't been taking it on runs lately, because it can cause me to damage myself in ways I don't like. But not wearing Helldust armor, it's problematic.
Your tum-tum. Yes! I has lots of stuff.
Popper's got me.
Just for you.
Popper's really got me. Popper's got me a little too much. Use Eyebite eventually, but it looks like that day isn't today. Hold on up. Do I need one more, really? I really want a haste spore grenade. I can sneak past Haraj, I guess. Yeah, I'll sneak past him. This Cazador? No. I'm buffing up for that. Get my alchemy mats together. I want to have a haste spore grenade. And one unit of hastening spores shy, so. Running around checking alchemists. Slightly nervous going for Azador without damage reduction.
Just
But I'm hoping universal resistance and good saving throws will carry me.
Did you see that? I'm sorry. Incredible.
End turns on this fire.
Now move along. You're scaring away
Wait it
my
out.
customers.
I don't want her to start conversation with me because I don't actually want to give her my blood yet. And if you start conversation, follow her in, and then refuse to comply, she attacks you. Waiting for the fire surface to end so I can go in there and grab some of the alchemy mats from the basement. Oh, there's exploration XP in here. Didn't know that.
This calls for careful footwork.
And you smell like that place down the docks where they dump out the fish guts.
210.
Why'd you have to say that?
That's very low for level 12.
Wonder if the gods are watching me. I don't need any attention right now.
I know you're green, but you don't have to turn green, eh?
More for me.
Walk in death.
Yeah, there is a tadpole down here.
Bet I can crack that open.
There's a beholder iris here. Do we know any fixed locations of other beholder irises? Because this being here means on a level 1 run, we could craft a 4th level spell slot elixir. That'd be pretty useful. Initiative's correct. Here's correct. I wish I could fit in some acuity for this, but that'd be some elixir juggling that I'm not really prepared to handle. I mean, I guess I could battle mage and then right before I go for the fight, vigilance, so I'd have arcane acuity in the first 2 turns, but what's stopping me from going for Amulet of Greater Health right now, though? I think I'd go for that first. I think I'd go for that first. Cazador. I just like to be a little bit tankier, to be honest. Detour. And after that, I want to go grab Bone Spike Garb. Probably.
Does he say anything about the horrible present of city of crime and chaos?
He mostly avoids that topic.
I strongly suggest that you reconsider this consideration.
Strongly suggest that you eat my ass,
Whatever you
Imps.
expect to gain from the Hells is not worth the risk of traveling here uninvited. Signing the Devil's contract was an impulsive error. Do not seek to correct one mistake with another.
Consider this, though. Fuck you.
Never believe this.
Never's been insecure ever since he saw Squid with a bigger tentacle above Moonrise. That's my new headcanon, and I'm sticking with it.
As the figure flickers,
But yeah. Now whisper your questions, little wretch.
Ascaroni,
Really
thank you so
quiet
much for the raid.
very
Being bacon
clever.
rated? Damn right I am. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having an excellent day. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? What you playing these days? Fortnite? How's Fortnite right now? I really strongly considered getting into it when, this was years ago now, time's crazy, when they came out with no build, but, like, I feel like I'd have to have a group of friends who really wants to play it for me to get into it, because then I have to deal with people, like, other people, so I'd want people with me for dealing with people, you know? I'm rambling. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build crafty stuff in games. Doing Baldur's Gate 3. Doing a Jack of all trades challenge on solo Honor. Honor is the permadeath difficulty where you can't reload your save at all. It's a game designed around having a party of players. I like playing with 1 instead of 4. And Jack of all trades is instead of having a build where you level up 1 class, you're only allowed 1 level in each of the game's 12 classes. So it's an interesting challenge. 24 hours, just finished 24 and a half hours later. Absolute legend. Very well done. RDR2 for 21 and a half hours. That game's a masterpiece. How you liking it? I'm pooped, so I'm gonna lurk. Oh, yeah. Don't stay. Go, food, sleep, all that. Yeah, do the thing. But thank you so much for bringing your people over here. Those of you who are already here, if you don't know Pascaroni, you guys know how I complain about how there's so many unpleasant people on the internet. He's absolutely the opposite. Very pleasant person, great space over there. He plays lots of different games. You'll enjoy the vibes. Go follow if you haven't already. The Blast first run, the PC. Yeah, I really do like that game. It's beautiful. It's narratively impactful. It's got some great messages in the game in terms of, like, you know, hey, maybe be decent. some fun. Thanks, Pastor. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. I like the barbarian has a check that just has disadvantage here. So many dialogue options because of all my classes. What do I have the most bonuses for? I think the ranger one. Or the rogue one. Bard's pretty good too, though. Let's go with the rogue one.
Remember, quiet. You, the hammer, Raphael gave, but I like you. Can you save me?
And I will.
The rat.
Now we're not going to try to save Hope right now. We're just here to rob the place a bit.
All of the residents were guests, and all of the guests will be
Mask of Soul Perception. Improve my perception. Imagine that. Because I'd like the Staff of Spell Power, Eldest Helm. Pretty important now. Get that. I want a Shapeshift for Mark of the Shifter, but had bugs associated with dealing with that. Still have advantage on intelligence checks thanks to Anthiethel's Charm.
An infernal gem seeding in its
So this shouldn't take too long. I should maybe put on more pet band of intellect. Just dump stat into moment.
An infernal gem seeding in its cage, protecting the secrets of its master.
This is one of those fake checks you can just keep doing until it works. Game.
Better be cautious. Don't waste a step. At the ready.
I don't think I even want to deal with Harlep yet. Eldest Gloves would be nice. There's a long rest potion in there. I guess I could use the fountain while I'm here.
Shh. I'm doing it again. It's like the arc. Oh no. They hear me.
Forgot to equip the right helmet.
Speak quickly,
This should
speak
be fine,
softly. You
maybe.
know how this goes.
Yeah.
You steady your mind. A crack like breaking bone. Hope winces.
Got the information we needed. Keep that on for the deception bonus. Switch back to this.
They're gnawing through my guts.
Yeah, I like this location for using Anthiethel's Charm. A lot better than using it for the action alley. I could just apply it to more checks this way.
I have something to ask.
Most irregular. The schedule is all but clear. And yet you are, as always, the archive. As it the
You would go the other way.
Always read the fine print.
I don't have any darkness arrows. Ooh, that's a big oversight. I need to go buy some of those.
Out of sight, out of mind. ahead.
You need to get away before he does a crime response. Hi. Let's see if this happens again. He's capable of teleporting this amulet out of your inventory. Guess he didn't manage it this time. Got one I needed. Go up this way. Now I can change back to appropriate gear. Oh, why is my AC too high? What do I have equipped that I'm not supposed to? Oh, I guess I don't have a Baldurin. Run hell does count. Yeah, this keeps my initiative in the correct place. I'm gonna use Elixir of Universal Resistance. Oh, yeah, okay, I can have 24 AC this way. I'm gonna want to concentrate on protection from evil and good. Let's make a save here. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, then it'll be Cazador time. BRB. Okay, be back. Thinking about it, I've only started getting the crime response thing when stealing this amulet since I've stopped using darkness. So I should really make sure I have darkness arrows. I hate this bug.
Something caught your eye then? Careful.
Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
You hide.
What now?
A little bit nervous.
If not over, then through.
Trick early on. It should be fine.
Just like the door to the rings.
Okay, so I want protection from evil and good. Do they like cats? I like cats. Like this cat.
Let's get going.
I do not like cats.
Can't risk being in open view.
Not quite how I wanted to open the fight, but I'll make this work. Did manage to make him go prone. Forgot to oil of combustion on my bow. I want to get some damage in on Cazador, but I also need to make sure he can't see me to target me. Shatterteeth is surprised, so I don't have to worry about eye bite spam yet, but I still need to get Shatterteeth dead. Forgot to grab Resonance Stone again, but that's actually fine here. It would work against me. Hey, Ophidly? Ophidly? Correct me. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I'd like this ice to stay up. So maybe... Yeah, this is what I got the haste spore for. Maybe didn't need to keep my summon so far away, but... it's okay.
Never a dull moment.
I want to get the other ones in yet. Guess I should open with Create Water, but this works too. So since I have Potent Robe and Spell Might, what is my hit rate? 90. It's only 65 on Cazador. I could put the Dance Macabre ghouls there and then blow everybody up. That's not a bad play. But I can also save that till next turn. I could put the Dance Macabre ghouls down and then Freezing Sphere. Or Sunbeam. Yeah, let's do something interesting here. Got Dusk to launch, only took remove basically all save data. Huh. That did get rid of Chatterteeth. Cazador is not blinded. That's okay. I'm gonna stay right here. Which is maybe tempting fate. He should cast Call Lightning at me, if not Blight. Blight. Do I Dominance? You don't get to do that. I can take it, but I don't want to have to. Fly at me? No. He went prone while in mist form? Let's see. These are physical immune. Accidentally kill any of the spawn, though. I don't really care if I do this particular run. I could switch from Vigilance to Battle Mage now. And to Bloodlust the following turn, possibly. Yeah, let's go Battle Mage. I need more accuracy. Darkest arrows. He's still got sunlight hypersensitivity. More ice, but saved 5. It rolled very low. 26 AC. Struggle hit me. Us is just tanky, so put it over there. As long as I don't get a stinking cloud on me, that would be awkward. Got nauseous and paralyzed. You don't hit me. I didn't check to see if I have another bloodlust actually. Okay, I do. Phew. Awkward. There's 69 left. I'd like to make him go prone. What are my best options of doing that? I'm gonna break my concentration. Sunbeam could be good, but I don't want to break my concentration. Or maybe I can't make him go prone. Now I bring the rest of the summons in. If I give you elixir-wise, it's mostly irrelevant here. Movement.
give in.
It's just shovel left. Resistance. Try to Thunder Wave him onto the ice. Don't love my odds there though. Thunder Wave him into the darkness though. Didn't position my elemental in the best way. He had a legendary resistance there. I'm very okay with that. I lose some acuity, but we got good damage in. An ice surface between me and them. I predicted that, that's why we gave the elemental guy alpha movement. He did not go prone, just concentrate on Call Lightning. Ice surface has one turn left, I may as well melt it. Bats of evasion. No. Fireball? My actual spell slot. Broke concentration. Now we Ice Storm to get a new ice surface. Immediately broke his Misty Escape. He was even nauseous from the Sneaking Cloud. We'll leave a bat so I can Bloodlust. Missile. Eldritch Blast. Yeah, I'll crit this one. Open for the Mortal Reminder. PC 16. Yeah, he's proficient. Fair enough. He has to dash because he's slowed. More bats, whatever. I'm gonna let him try to hit me. Turn off Spell Might. Like with it on 45%. What am I talking about? Set nicely. Oh, no one will. Turn off spell mine.
Never wanted the easy path.
Let's go get Astarion so he can have his moment. Blood of Lathander really minimizes anything Cazador can do. It's great. You know, all forms of daylight do really, but
I'll give it a shot.
The elevator lies ready.
oh, and if anyone's curious how I would deal with the version of the Cazador fight where you're on a timer before he like consumes everyone, like where he actually catches Astarion, the answer is murder one of the spawn on the first turn. You can't ascend. There's not enough people for the ritual. Sure, there's other ways. You could stand on the ritual circles to disrupt it that way, even get some temp buffs, but that puts you in disadvantageous positions. It's much easier to do like 100 damage to someone who can't fight back. Especially at this point in the game. Right, Kevin?
What's up for discussion?
She's a good cat.
The urges are calling on you again.
Say nothing just ends the conversation immediately. That's funny. Astarion gained 110,000 XP. He hasn't been in the party in a while. You know what I could have done?
Approaching the cells, you're met with hollow eye. Beneath the dirt and blood, you notice that every prisoner has a...
Free from... We'll be...
Yeah, I think Anti-Health's Charm is so good here that I would actually consider just taking the Haggai debuff for the whole game. If I was doing like super duper purist solo rules, I'd just let Ethel take my eye. Downsides are manageable. Suddenly shirtless Astarion.
Get over here. We can do this. If we
people.
If I complete the ritual,
Wait a little life you're
the
proud
power
of.
I'll have.
You can't be proud of this.
With me by your side, we can save the city. We can. But
what does that mean for us?
You wanted to mean.
Cazador's staff controlled everything during the
They deserve the same chance you. And now we get Rhapsody, which is, as the kids say, that good.
After all this,
And I can switch back to Viconia's shield, I think. Where's our next fights? House of Hope, I suppose. Do I do Orin before I do Raphael and whatnot? I don't need to do the House of Hope fight. Let me think on it. Let me think on it. I need to get money together for Bone Spike Garb next. Who else on the Act 3 hit list before Brain? Maybe Raphael. Amulet of Elemental Torment could be fun on this setup. I don't know. Haven't really thought about it too much. Cazador went way better than I thought. I barely even took damage.
Yes.
I was planning around the possibility of failing a saving throw on Blight or on Call Lightning, and possibly being wet through my own error on Call Lightning, which would have meant Cazador could do like up to 64 or 80 damage respectively. So that's what Universal Resistance was for, to have that. But it ended up being fine. He did manage to cast on me, but it was okay. I took a total of 10 damage. I could have worn this for initiative. For gore. Which would allow me to write for a long time to have a verified account. Some reason allow me now. I'm glad. Yeah, I have my moderation settings set up in a way where the idea is to discourage bot accounts, but since Twitch sucks, it doesn't really work on all the bots. I'm sorry it was inconvenient for you.
Anyway, take your pick.
It's a hassle. I hate it too. Not a very sociable guy. I feel that. Nothing wrong with lurking. No pressure on being an active chatter or anything. Lurkers are the backbone of the platform. But if you do ever have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything, let me know. Pretty chill here. Surely have more stuff to sell, right? I can sell more to Blurg. I guess I have these backpacks too. As far as I understand, game not very designed for pastors located to really depend on your chosen class other than the health potions. The way you can get around restrictions, like being a low total character level run, like level 1 runs, for example, or a run where your class is not going to be doing a lot for you, is building around things that get stronger as your character gets stronger, or things that don't care about your level at all. Like, for example, if I throw the smoke powder bomb, maximizing a smoke powder bomb is done entirely through things independent of character level. The only thing character levels would really give you is if you take a class with extra attack, for example, you could throw more of them in a turn. That's pretty much it. Peak smoke powder bomb damage is the same level 1 as it is level 12, so that's the kind of thing you could do. I'm doing a lot of Eldritch Blasting here, because like other damaging cantrips, it scales up based off of character level, not class level. So like, I don't need 5 Warlock levels to get the second beam, or 10 Warlock levels to get the third beam. Because I hit those levels total, I get the extra beams. So a lot of this run has been Eldritch Blast, Magic Missile, things that I don't need a specific class to boost to a level of overall viability. Consumables are also very strong in this game, extremely strong in this game, and they help out quite a bit. There have been certain consumables I'm choosing not to use on certain fights because it would trivialize them. For example, I don't use the autos irresistible dance roll or spell like ever because it's too strong. A Globe of Invuln I try to stay away from. Same reason. I chose not to use Chain Lightning on Merkel because that could have trivialized the fight, but instead I chose to play it out, and I'm glad I did that. It was a lot of fun. It was a 29-turn Merkel fight. Use barrels? I do not use barrels. On my very first Honor solo, I did use barrels, and I decided I didn't want to do it anymore after that. Different people play Jack of all trades wildly differently. Yeah, I'm sure my setup looks entirely different from Say's. Use barrels either. It's one of those things. There's no like there's nothing to be learned from barrel use. That's why I don't like it. It's if you put enough barrels next to an enemy, they die. That's it. Doesn't matter what they can do, doesn't matter what you can do. If you bring enough barrels, that's that. Now sure, there's a finite number of barrels in the game, but there's way more than you need to blow up every relevant encounter with no pushback. And technically, barrels aren't finite when you get to Act 3 because the fireworks shop restocks, so you can just continue doing that. And I don't feel like I've used any of my knowledge or done anything interesting if I solve a fight with barrels. So that's why I choose not to do so. But That is absolutely not me shaming people who do use barrels. The only rules that matter for your run are your rules.
Great steel watches.
Think things too OP, don't use it, single player game. Yeah. Or not use game knowledge though. Yeah. Barrels don't feel like an accomplishment. To some, it still does. Because to some people, you're still preparing by bringing a resource. You have to be responsible for bringing that resource. Lugging around a lot of barrels does become a carry weight problem. I don't think it's invalid for people to still feel proud of themselves for clearing the game by using barrels. I personally would not feel proud of myself, but I'm a separate human from them. Like I said, the standards for your own runs and challenges, the only ones that matter for your runs, are your rules. You can take inspiration from other people's rules, you can like other people's rules, and run the rule sets of others if you like their challenge runs, but the only ones that matter are yours. Scratch and shovel. It's bugged out, Roxaproxa. The game thinks I have Scratch. I haven't had Scratch since I used him to get in and out of the lamp in Sorcerer Sundries, and I just have a bugged Scratch portrait there now. So much in this game, when this person just takes off from the city, or decided to play as a naked character no one around really cares. I vaguely remember Gale actually having a dialogue line commenting on if you're naked during a certain conversation. I don't quite remember the scenario though. Barrels in the same room as the fight are okay. Yeah, I'll use those. I'll reposition barrels that are already in a room for a fight. Other than that, only if I do the Grove Raid and listen to Tchaikovsky's 1912 Overture.
Back again.
It's specific to you wearing Harleff's underwear. Ah, there you go. Thank you.
Need more arrows. Oh, yay!
Can't quite afford it. That's okay. We'll sell a bit. Am I really going to use Robe of the Weave? Maybe. Maybe. I never use Woe, but it does have a use of Blight. I need more Dimension Door scrolls for Iron Throne. Keep that. And Arclus, how are you? Carrying barrels, using bomb stacks, bigger problem than answering every question. Answers every question very same way. Yeah. It's like you are not adapting to the situation. It's just you have an answer to every problem that is more or less completely consistent with no need to fiddle. It can get boring. See both sides of these barrels, just boring doing that every time. It's way more enjoyable to figure out new ways to do things. Yeah, that's basically exactly how I feel about it, Lumpy.
What do you remember? I color
Hey, how are you?
anything.
So now, put on Eldest Helm here, crit protection. On Spike Garb. I maintain 24 AC since I get +6 from unarmored defense, thanks to my 23 Constitution. Now, what's it look like if I am not unarmored? Yeah, Helm of Balduran drops my AC by 4. Lol. Bone Spike boots think I'm armored. Oh, it's because the shield. Right. Do something like this. I don't know Spell Might if I do this, though. Saw you hit with a magic arrow, psychic damage. How did you do it? I have full tap, full powers. So this one, Call the Weak, whenever something's close to dead, it'll die and it'll do psychic damage to everything nearby. Bracers didn't add AC because I had a shield equipped. By order of events. Now down to 22. 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 22. It's wonky. I think ultimately I do go with Spell Might. Interesting. Viconia's shield is only adding 2 AC. What's turning off? So I prefer this. 3 from shield, 4 from dex, 6 from unarmored defense. Base of instinct. What even? Oh, it's the boots. Wait, the boots are turning off. Yeah, that explains it. Okay. AC goes all the way down there. Yeah, we go Helldusk. Go +7 initiative this way. Oh, I could add a Mantine shield for crit protection that way. And go Mask of Soul Perception for more accuracy. I still have 22 AC. I'm imposing disadvantage on anything trying to attack me. Rate of movement. +9 initiative. I like this setup. Kiskanda's AC. That's not what was happening. I mean, I know that that's doing that, but the 1 AC I wasn't accounting for was I had Bone Spike boots on, and those care if you have a shield. Very big stomach growl. what's next? What else do I need to get done on this rest? Like, I have this enhanceability stuff. Have I mentioned? I definitely have multiple times. I really like this item. I'm thinking I don't get Volo's Eye on runs from now on. I just, like, letting Ethel fuck up your eye is so advantageous because of this. You only get it on one rest, but this is a way to get enhanceability without needing to cast it. On this run, I can't cast it. So, like, I wouldn't do it on a cleric, because I could just cast enhanceability. Same with druid, bard, sorcerer. But there's a lot of classes where this is very worthwhile. Go coffee mode? Could, but I haven't even really needed to do that. You just get a follower to accept Ethel's deal. Yeah, that's what I did this run, but I prefer, like, the more I play this game, I modify my rule sets over time. I might start phasing out use of companions for things like that, because while it's within my rule set, I don't know, I like to make things a little more interesting. Like, I'm not using a transmutation wizard for double potion crafts this run, and I'm gonna hate my life when it's time to prep for brain, because the usual of sitting there refreshing vendors for an hour has worn a bit thin.
Very well.
What can you do? Every root and all at once? Yes.
Face. You look like you've cunning, am I? I am a benefactor. I've always been to it, of course, but that would make Will's sacrifice worthless. And I know you wouldn't. Why? Like I said, I'm the giving type.
Let me...
Come for a chat? Then not up. The other 8, well, they are
Buff definitely missed for my Gale Ultimate. Yeah, it's... ruining your perception is a significant downside, but it's something you can sort of play around in most cases. There's not too many perception checks that you're really screwed if you miss. There's some, but there's not too many. I'm getting Hag's Eye just so I can skip the RNG at the fight in the tea house. I suppose, yeah, you can take that buff so that Ethel will go to her basement without you having to fight the red caps. Like, that does let you skip the red caps completely, if you so choose. Mason's Guild and Ledger, those two lock you out meaningfully, that's it. You can still get into the Mason's Guild by bombing the lever through the door. I actually did it on this run. Throw a bomb and it'll flip the one on the other side. The Ledger, yeah. But should you fail to get the Ledger, you can just kill He Who Was anyway. Alright, what? Yeah, so smoke powder bombs and a few other things. Hunter's volley skill, I think shatter spell. You can position it in a way where the hitbox of the explosion will, like, go through walls. And a lot of those perception checks, there's a lever on one side and a lever on the other. So, like, I just threw a bomb and it hit the lever on the other side, which opened. Hey, Etan, how are you? There's some places that doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work on the boards in Cloister of Somber Embrace, I don't believe. Also, saw someone misty step in there. Yeah. That one is not like you're screwed if you don't hit perception. The Ledger is, but all that really leads to is getting slightly less XP, because you can still go over and kill He Who Was for most of the XP. Yeah. Failed perception for Shadowheart's hideout today in House of Grief. You flew over the wall? You can just fly over? Okay. Then yeah, that one's fine too. One's Mason's Guild. So in Act 2, there's a building that has some infernal iron on the table. It's got a basement. Playing through the game alone is the most difficult thing you faced. They're learning how to deal with certain legendary actions that are designed to counter the strat of one person hitting first, hitting hard. For example, Nier. Nier's legendary action, Arcane Acuity Hat, yeah, that building. Nier's legendary action is set up to severely punish a solo person trying to beat him with damage with, like, direct attacks. There's still ways around it, but learning that took some time. In terms of specific things, there are some fights that I avoid through dialogue. Like, I don't fight Karnus until he's Shadow Cursed, because non-Shadow Cursed Karnus is one of the scariest enemies in the game. Same with Ascended Cazador. You have no reason to fight the Ascended version of Cazador. A couple things like that that are of that nature. But what I like about this game, one of the many things I like about this game, I should say, is it's all knowledge checks. You can learn your way through anything the game can throw at you and prepare ahead of time. I do still have Bloodlust on. Who will Orin be taking this run? Probably Lae'zel. But I don't really care, I'm Dirge. Doesn't really matter. You find Ascended Cazador? Yeah, if you let him finish the ritual. They Malin and her angels seem scary too. They have a really powerful damage retort that can just straight up kill you. Exactly how Lorroakan does, to be honest. It's just there's more of them. So if you happen to carelessly throw out an AoE that hits a bunch of them, they can just kill you on your turn. But that's another of those fights you have no, like, reason to do that. Goes in that category. Or you fight Daemalin? Yeah. You, tell her Lorroakan's after her, and then side with Lorroakan there. Aelin's copies, do you give her Lorroakan or not? Yeah, they have like a version of Radiating Orb, and they have a damage retort that does like stupid damage.
Time to skulk about.
I got Resonant Stone again. I'll go grab that. Who did I send that to? Send it to Karlach.
Softer than a whisper.
12d12. Yeah, that's a lot. And Radiant Resistance is very uncommon.
Very well.
Elixir of Universal Resistance, Elixir of Radiant Resistance, though those are rare. Fiend Warlock can get it at will as well. Bearheart Barbarian. Those are the only ways I can think of to get Radiant Resistance.
I should speak up.
They're all on the same side, friend.
Ready to do some business? Give me that. As for what that is, well, I knew you'd understand.
Warlock doesn't have to make a check here.
There's not a lot of trust.
Victor isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling? Exactly why your boss
Baneslayer Cloak is good if you're a sorcerer. Otherwise, it's hard to justify. Well, looks really less cool without her eye patch. I agree. Don't tell her though. I'll need you here with me for that conversation. Don't need to have it. I'm gonna fight ballists. I actually do want stun immunity. Actually, wait, no, stun and gaze doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't even work. Me for 4. Myself.
Just.
I was forgetting something else. Been a minute since he's come to say hi, but hello, Connor.
Vis medicatrix. Vis medicatrix. Vis medicatrix.
Out game. This many cashews. Alright, here's the real question. Here's the real question. Cashews or peanuts? You will be judged for your answer. Peanuts for me? Peanuts? Okay. I'm among my people. Both are good, but like... yeah.
It's too late for me. I'm done for. I will hold you.
Should I set your lapdog
Cashews,
to
cashews,
screaming?
I forgive you.
That could help you find the way.
Accept, and you must kill Gortash. Refuse, and your companion's life may be forfeit, as might your own.
Do I want to fight human or
Those
Slayer
assassins
Orin?
will
I hadn't
hunt you
thought
like
about that.
prey for slaughter.
Slayer Orin does less damage, but human Orin has less control effects. Human Orin's tankier, though. I don't have to decide right now. We're talking about nuts. Should we shower you? Walnuts? Ooh, good pick. I get it. Hope you're well.
Right tool will do the trick.
Why does everyone have invasion plans for Baldur's Gate and the Sword Coast and everything?
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I have Phantasmal Killer Scrolls, right? Unless I use it. Oh, I don't. Still issue. We have Blight. I don't have enough HP for this opener, actually. Hey, Storm? Did I run out of those? I sure did. I used my last one on Cazador. Okay. guys just run off into the traps. To be a tradition in the area, the coming of age ceremony will become an adult plan for invasion.
Have to keep going.
Fight a dragon soon. What kind of dragon?
Couple turns should do it.
Oh yeah, I forgot to kill Gandrel. I was like, who the fuck? Yeah, I forgot. Gandrel lived. I'm the good
My
guy.
children.
I've never
My
seen
sweet
this.
ones. What have they done to you?
I'm hungry, Father. I'm so hungry.
It hurts, Father. The hunger. It never stops.
Please, do you know of anything that can be done?
Oh no, you're on your own there. I've actually never seen this. Some feed on animals, the best you can do.
I've been fighting it, but I think you're right. Better that than they start feeding off humans.
Ancient Dragon D's nuts. Okay, these kids have 106 HP at level 1. Like, hello? They're cracked. Send these kids after the Absolute. Like, what the fuck? Blood of Lathander equipped. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Stats are hella illegal. Like, there's some Act 3 NPCs that cheat. If you send those two kids and, like, Nine Fingers' crew, nothing in the game could beat them. I mean, maybe, like, Ascended Cazador, I guess, but... Secretly Ascended and tell the adults, yeah, they are wrong. Meanwhile, Arabella with 6
Check out the
HP.
stone. It's magic. Incredible. Dope.
Vulnerability, though. They only had vulnerability to Psychic because of me. Because I was near them. See. Imagine being an Eldritch being and there's a horde of 1,000 vampire kids just charging you. Ah. I'm disappointed the cloak from this guy doesn't seem to work. Has anyone tested that cloak? I couldn't get it to actually do anything on my last playthrough, and I was sad about it. It's all part of my plan. Oh shit. So fun design fight. The Grease Methods one? Yeah, I enjoyed that. Oh yeah, I don't actually need to do the Murder Tribunal stuff because I'm Dirge. I always forget. Do it anyway. But...
The penitent looks at you silent. There is the slightest flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes.
I don't need Bone Spike gloves on this run. I don't have my 3rd level spell slots. I can go to the House of Hope and get them back, I guess, with a bath. Just magic missile spam that guy down. Psychic Spark. probably do that. Wait for now, though. Where are my summons right now? Weak to fire. Fire elementals immune to fire along with them. The mage himself has some good stats for that encounter as well. Unfortunately for all of them, Black Hole exists. Let's switch to Vigilance and take a stab at dealing with the Delore. Let's do a couple other things first.
Couldn't wait to show off the scar to her friends at school.
Something new.
Can't give up now.
There we go. I was waiting for it. I was opening my mouth to be like, does Shovel not set these off? No, no.
What to do?
Here we go.
Never a dull moment.
Are you sure?
Breathe deep and move.
Y'all like cats.
Don't want to draw any attention.
They do. Maybe Flurry of Blows in the Unstoppable one.
Carefully now.
For this. Blight is just such a good opener. It's fine because it stuns and shapeshifters ignoring call. Yeah, it's a bit of an annoying one. Can I Flurry of Blows this one? Start Eldritch Blasting. Oh, what I can actually do is I can... So the Hellcrawler action from Dusk Boots, it's a Misty Step that does a Chromatic Orb fire where you land. Very good. You get set on fire too, but like, who cares? And because it did the explosion, that took off one Unstoppable, and then it applied Burning, which took off another, and the Call the Weak explosion took off another. That was the correct play. And if I had Amulet of Elemental Torment, I could then Eldritch Blast or Magic Missile while in this fire surface to benefit from that. Probably work my way towards doing that at some point. Not really worried about other view. Let's get high ground.
I should... No, this is good.
That bully? I feel like that's bully.
Won't budge.
It unlocks it, doesn't open it. Funny.
Very well.
I could do the bank stuff, I guess. Let's go to Jaheira's house first, actually.
What do you mean? What else is down there?
I don't know.
I hate this bug and scratch. It's so annoying.
I look forward to the day we show the Archduke that his tongue is not... Still, if you see sense, as...
Breeze must be blowing inland today, bringing the stench.
Forgive us, Mother. Ascending spell can carry 25 words. If you... What? You're the one who saved her, so tell me. Now.
I should speak up.
Is this one way to get past Ketheric Merfolk? Lots of ways. What kind of build are you using?
Sneak thief? Well, they were wrong. Opens more doors than most.
Depending on what kind of setup you have, you can opt for a burst him down before you can do anything approach. You can opt for a War of Attrition where you outlast his ability to heal and then take him out at your leisure. You do anything in between. But it depends on what kind of stuff you are attempting to do with your character.
Bloody hate them.
Why did I...
No matter what the man says.
That might be worth a look.
Pay no mind to those. Probably safe so long as I'm here. Have no fear. The traps aren't but better to stick close, eh? The only patch of wilderness.
Why did they turn back on?
There ought to be supplies here to aid us.
Scared me. Our Sorlock, Light Cleric, Dread Ambusher, Assassin. Oh, a full party. So like on my Sorcerer solo, where it was 6 levels Draconic Bloodline Fire, 3 Assassin levels, 1 Cleric level. I got Merkel to 20 HP during the surprise round. Just me blasting him with Scorching Rays. So you can opt for, in full party especially, you could nuke him. But the other fight mechanics are, he only gets Finger of Death if you get him to the HP threshold where he starts doing Merkel's Call, or the Necromites try to get to him to heal him, and each one he eats will heal him and give him a use of Finger of Death. That's his most threatening attack. If Merkel does not have someone in melee range for him to use his Scythe on, he will do Call of the Damned instead, which is a room-wide AoE that hits friends and foes. So you can, for example, if you want to clear adds that way, you can get them weak enough that the Call itself will kill them. Depending on whether or not you have Dame Aelin in the fight, she can distract Merkel for a while, or at the very least cause him to burn some of his smites. Killing the Mind Flayer is probably priority 1 for like every build for that fight, because that Mind Flayer can cause a lot of problems if you let it run around unchecked. If you pass the dialogue check to get Ketheric to stand down, you can have Merkel be surprised if you got a surprise round on the Mind Flayer. Let me follow all this up with another question. Have you had trouble with this fight, or are you just asking to know if there's anything to look out for before you go in for the first time?
There is nothing back there, but
Anything of use?
Problem harder difficulties. So it's very much one of those things, if you do not manage the ads well, it's a problem. Positioning matters as well. So like if you're standing in the Bone Chill area and trying to heal yourself, well,
I'd best ask Jaheira.
that's not good. If whoever you're positioning in the side swing range isn't tanky, well, that's not good. You let the Mind Flayer go unchecked. If you didn't bring enough multi-target to manage the Necromites, if you're opting for that strategy. Well, what about the fight gave you trouble? Also, yeah, Earth Elemental's incredible there. Key tool is 6 Berserker, 3 Eldritch Knight, throwing Shining Saber, Skulls, capitalize on bludgeoning, and radiant damage, being immune to fear because of rage. Yeah, that's a good option. Having fear immunity gives you the ability to use that person to bait Gaze of the Dead, either version that Merkel has, without fear of having your movement restricted. You definitely want to go into that fight with necrotic resistance, for sure. Isabel's Blessing does not cover all necrotic damage. It'll cover Merkel's attacks, but it won't cover the Necromite's attacks. So, keep that in mind. Don't ever disarm Merkel, it makes him do more damage. Found out that one the hard way. I don't actually like this conversation.
Are you? Well. You have a rather vacant... You're sure?
That's another thing, probably call putting me out of position and stunning Gate's finger. So... Merkel doesn't stun you. He can put fear on you, which will restrict your movement, but he can't stun you. If you're immune to fear, that doesn't restrict you. Protection from evil and good gives fear immunity. So that's a pretty useful thing to concentrate on if your character is not concentrating on anything more important. He will only do call if he did not do his side swing. So as long as Merkel has a valid target for his side swing, he will not do call on that turn. Using summons to tank the side swing is a pretty good way around that. If you do something like an Animate Dead upcast with a 4th level spell slot, that gets you your choice of 3 zombies or 3 skeletons, and you can individually position, say, put 1 skeleton up there once it dies, or place it with another one, and you can use that over the course of a few turns. If you have the Second Marriage wand, not Bitter Divorce, Second Marriage, you can use Connor to tank, and resummon him every turn. You can use plenty of other summons. Conjure Minor Elemental gets you 2 methods per cast, so that gives you good longevity. You could use Scratch, you could use Us, you could use Shovel. As mentioned before, Aelin can serve the purpose as well. You can use Mage Hands. But also you don't need summons, right? It's just a way you can manage it. If you are using effects that give you immunity to call, immunity to being pushed, that's Boots of Striding from Minthara, that's the Mighty Cloth from Quartermaster Tally, then even if you fail the strength save, you don't get moved. I need my spell slots right now. I don't think I do. I think it's 1, 3, 5, 6, right? Threshold for finger. Say, do you remember the threshold for that? Where he starts doing all? I don't know the exact number. Correct? Thanks, Lumpy. Started Dimension Dooring Aelin because she always wastes her smites the Intellect Devourers. Dimension Dooring her helps. I did that on one run, yeah. If you have high strength, you can also just throw her. She's an ally, so you don't have to succeed a check, you just need enough strength to be able to throw something that heavy.
Took control of my fiancé. Here's a tip. Latest Baldur's Mouth edition. Oh, dynamite. Needs to send the steel watch through here. Mop up all this riffraff.
Around 270 remaining HP. There you go. Thank you.
These things have stayed interesting.
Was they scooting?
With a half-elf, yeah.
Welcome to
A relaxed tone and easy smile, but the halfling's shifting gaze gives it away.
You think too much.
Something has him
Shout your worries out. Go on.
I will not shout, but if it will appeal... He's an unusual sort of customer, but the
Don't
head
smite
banker
sucks
said
if you
he'd
don't care. She
handle
blows
it,
one of
so
them into collective
it's
hour.
fine.
Best case,
I'm sure
Aelin blows
just
her smites on Ketheric on the roof, and because they're not really super useful after that. I can check on your bank. Your vaults are safe from me. I have no interest in gold.
That would be most unusual. Very well.
Account holders only from here. Which
Could have done this for a lot of XP too.
what's wrong with you now?
Might be as strong as a bugbear.
From Oscar's Funhouse. Oscar's very dead. Not this time.
Just need to see your vault pass, please. Look.
Oscar is made of XP. What level Agathis do I have on right now? It is level 4. Keep that then. I don't have another bloodlust to switch back to. Okay. Concentrating on stone skin isn't the craziest idea here. And we'll do a mirror image.
Wonderful to keep.
It's still.
Hush, you.
But
I could have gone for Fire Shield as well, but...
And now comes.
Why are you moving? That was weird. Some things let you target through Sanctuary. Figure I'd go over my hotbar and see which ones what I currently have available to do. And obviously I can add a splash next to them. They have evasion. Chain Lightning is one you can do. The Air Elemental's Gushing Air Attack is another one. Fracture Psyche, but it's not directly hostile, but I can target. Okay, anyway. I like to be down here. 18 damage on my Eldritch Blast. The max roll on Spell Knight, that's why. A Potent Robe, I don't have Agonizing Blast, I don't have Power Devocation. Fun stuff. A Psionic Overload does a lot for my damage now that I have Rhapsody, but the problem is with Resonance Stone and Rhapsody, I will always be hitting myself for at least 6 damage currently. I have 2 DR from Bone Spike Garb. Something to be aware of. Slayer form could be funny here. Slayer against Bottle. It's always a good time. Is the floor for 1 beam on Squid Blast. I was hoping I would save. It's fine. I remember that puzzle, so I just throw a water bottle next to the door, shoot with a lightning arrow. Yeah, that's what I used to do every run. Recently I've just started doing the solutions. I finally did memorize it. So, I'm stunned. They'll probably go for me. They have Aura of Murder, so they'll give me a vuln. But they can't crit me at 2 DR, and they will hurt themselves with Agathis. They'll take damage from Bone Spike Garb as well. This Flesh Melter Cloak would be nice here. I could make them do a lot of damage to themselves. Flesh Melter Cloak, Fire Shield, Bone Spike Garb. I could have Iron Vine Shield as well. Armor of Agathis. You're lightning bolting me? This asshole! I'm gonna lose my Armor of Agathis from that. Stop rolling ones on saving throws. Do I auto-fail this because I'm stunned, though? I think I still do. Ow! Like, what the fuck? Now I'm gonna kill him. Because he fucking lightning bolted me. Imagine losing a run to that. Yeah, get him. Good throw. I could tell that was gonna crit because of the different voice line. That's how I know I've played this game too much. Evasion. Sure, have fun. Yeah, I have disadvantage from Resonant Stone and Wisdom dump stat. Probably a fight where I shouldn't keep Resonant Stone on me. Set it away for now. Stab me. You can stab him too. That's great. I'm good. Ballists are annoying. Targeted optimally. That's a shock. He's a fraud. Just to be safe. Roll better. There we go. Sure. I don't have disadvantage anymore. You have to roll to hit me. Attacking disadvantage. Hit 22. You have plus 11 to hit. Okay, yeah, you're likely to hit me. Simply unlucky. There. Not a movement. I didn't like popping a universal resistance here, just in case they ruin that way. Like in the event that one had Aura of Murder standing next to me and another one was throwing, and hitting me for 2 full turns could get scary. I'll just have to buy more. I'll use the bank money. Not enough movement. I wonder if I could use this chandelier. Thank you for finally hitting me. Was there a W? Couldn't see the damage roll for what they got hit with because they're invisible. Oh. Scarlet Remittance boosting that is funny. Also boosts Agathis. You'll love to see it. You're not safe, Loretta.
Another step forward. What's inside?
Okay. Didn't go great, but could definitely have gone worse. I have sleight of hand expertise, so I'll be able to lockpick a fair amount of these pretty easily. Let's shapeshift.
Come on, open up.
I wonder if I'll actually lose the Cat's Grace from Ethels by it not coming back. Thought about that. It's one of the less impactful ones. I already have Resonant Stone normally. Currently, but normally.
What's in here? These footprints started in the sewers.
Got the key for that from the rat. That's that one. Having a good sleight of hand is very nice. Get a 40. It's easy. I guess it's interesting that opening these is also XP.
Seems simple enough.
Could rob the rest of the bank, but why? Do I need to? I don't think I need to. Alright, yeah, overriding any of the enhanceability features will remove that one from this. So equipping Graceful Cloth was an error there. I should have used hide +2. But now I know. What was it I was considering buying? Okay, Force Conduit Shield could be nice. Finally sit down and eat. Haven't eaten almost 8 hours. How's everyone? Hopefully better than me. Yeah, definitely get that food. Or do the thing. I'm doing okay. I should probably figure out food too. I have no ideas for that though. Off night. I need to deal with Delord. I need to restock Elixirs of Universal Resistance. I'm gonna buy one from Stormshore. I'm gonna buy one from the rat.
I need a quick word.
You have come far, of course, my child. Within limits.
I guess he doesn't have
my
another one.
wares.
No, I haven't rested. That's why he doesn't have another one. Silly me. I did use a Stone Skin Scroll, so I'll buy that. I still have 3 of those. That's fine.
Gortash is a vision.
Still have 1 short rest left. Considering using a coffee. Use a coffee.
still watching every Baldurian home. Fine. I'm glad you asked. It'd certainly help with the dishes.
Almost out of short rest spots. I haven't been grabbing more from Lucretius. I'll start doing that. I've only rested once since getting to Act 3 so far, so I guess that makes sense. Do the same chicken wraps. Sounds nice. Steel washer in every home. Yeah, what could go wrong? Like, what's my chances? 65.
Hello. Nice day for a walk.
Let's do aggressive popping vigilance again. We'll live with it. I'm gonna get my 4th level Agathis back.
Best be on my way.
Can you get Resonant Stone again?
Master Metzley is confirmed. The barrels are ready.
$88.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Did make coffee. Be concentrating on something else.
Just have a few. I just want a little. Time to push my luck again.
You're limited, right? No, you're not. Lantern time? Now you're eliminated.
Squeal, little piggies.
Not unexpected. He's gonna try to get away this turn. Just go for that again, to be honest. Yeah, that'll do it. Old person is fun. Hit 32 damage on that Eldritch Blast. On that one beam. Escaped by the dialogue. I haven't done the dialogue with that guy in so long that I'm not actually sure. I was hoping though the one I hexed would hit me, but look how much damage this guy took. I took 0, but look how much he took. I could have more damage retorts on here, too. Hit me. Hey, don't use that. That's mine. Okay, fine. Hey, shovel saved. Still got crit anyway. Classic. Hey, Irish, thank you for 27 months in the streak. Backpack bomb time? No, not this time. But look at that combat log.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Ever change you being able to pick up Gortash's mines?
Backpack bomb
They
time?
explode as soon as you try to interact with them in any way. Maybe I don't want high AC anymore. So there's ways to lower my AC. I just still want to keep Spellmine on though. BL3 revives the shield damage falls. Yeah, having 17 AC feels nice. That's a sentence. Maybe instead I get the Force Conduit shield and Eldest Helm. Yeah, we got purchases to go make. Yeah. Camera's on focus. Oh, it's doing the thing again. Thank you. I don't know why it does that. I don't have autofocus. It just decides to lose focus sometimes.
Passwords, Sicarius, and a location. We should find this candle hub place. Moving ahead. Wretched thing. Pull yourself together. Dream in red.
Or give me money. Yeah.
A lot to organize.
Goodness, so much correspondence.
Everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
The approach. Would you like to be more than a common murderer?
Sure thing. Last time I got an invitation like this, life got a lot more interesting.
You must remove.
I don't need to do this, but it's funny. And we can go kill the sweet pot lady since I still haven't dealt with Ethel yet.
Maybe an enchanted ring.
I like Cressida Flint's outfit. Nice drip.
It's not that.
You want a drink? Let's get one for
It's already been almost 5 hours. Wow. Time's flying. Hope you guys are enjoying today. I have ideas. Retaliation tanking is so good in this game. All the damage reports you can get.
I don't need any attention right now.
A marked day.
I don't have the money to buy everything I want to from Barbino yet. That'll wait. Go buy the Force Conduit Shield. I think this will be our Orin play. I'll just get as many damage retorts as I can, and I'll provoke an opportunity attack with as little AC as I can possibly have.
How much further can I go?
See the city. Up on the hill.
To get me started.
Wish I could Psionic Overload and Hex her on the same turn.
What's the plan? Should have killed the little monster.
Stupid enough to leave.
But because of Zathis, I can't, unless I run Helmet of Grit. And I don't want to hang out at half HP. If I still had Dwarf Meat, then I could just heal out of that range.
Back again? Oh, yay!
Elven Chain's quite good. I did want to try out Stalker Buffs. $10 loop shriek on, that would be funny. I think Rhapsody's better, but it is a fun idea. I like ring-wise here, actually. It's a very good question. I do stick with reaction there. I just run Helldust Boots. But now I'm unarmored. Boots options, boots options, boots options. Lighting charge boots. It's my action dash. Oh, that'd be kind of wasteful. Chart? Really? Right now? Right now? Fill the iron flask. I should go get Minsk too, I guess. Okay. I really like Spellmight Gloves for the impact on my damage it has. Eldritch Blast, but I suppose I won't be Eldritch Blasting much for it. I guess I'd go Reviving Hands, and we go back to Boots of Persistence, and I go buy Ring of Regen from Roland. Yeah. Big thunk. Yeah, defense fighting style was great for most of the run. Right now, it's making this strat slightly less effective. Because I do want Orin to hit me. Basically, my plan here is during the Orin duel, I want to force an opportunity attack. It might also even be okay if she out-initiatives me.
Never wanted the easy path.
Because then she'll get a turn of damaging herself on me. And then I get to go.
Very well.
How can I help? Huh. I suppose that, at least, I can help with.
Be ground in my mouth. Okay, I do have stuff I need to sell first. I need to have enough money to buy everything I want to at the Murder Tribunal.
Anyway, take your pick.
Yeah, still doesn't have money, does she? That's my bad. Blurg it is. Oh, I actually have Damon too. Damon should have a lot of money. need to dye this cloak. Important detour. Necessary. It's a Kevin. He's Kevining. He's just a Kevin and he's Kevin. There you go, Kevin. What are you doing? He's a good guy. You know how much money I get for this? I want to have, I don't know, something like 6K.
Frankly, yeah, but I dared you first.
If you had to pick one for a night of passion,
The one with that dink in his chest plate.
Games you have your eye on coming up.
Yeah, this edition will be better than ever.
God of War Ragnarok's getting PC port in September. I'll be playing that. I've already played Ragnarok.
What can I do for you?
I haven't played the DLC yet, so I'll be able to play that once that comes out on PC. That'll be fun. Dragon Age the Veilguard is also in the fall, so definitely that.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Thinking.
Printing block has never been so hot.
Whenever Fable comes out, I hope that's good. Next Resident Evil game, whenever that is. I want Capcom to fucking announce Devil May Cry 6. Please. I need it. It's been too many years, Capcom. Please. Veilguard, Raven Treadwolf. They changed the name like a month ago. Gale can absorb this item's magic, destroying it. Can he? Let's ask Gale about that. Fable will be interesting. A lot of my friends are recommending the old ones. I would say Fable 3 just kind of fell off hard. It's not really a... I don't like the game. It's not a good game. It doesn't really do any things I liked about the previous ones, but the first two Fable games, really, really good. Really enjoy those.
Tadpoles, naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
We got money. Let's go become an unholy assassin. Mrs. has rediscovered modded Fallout 4. She's really enjoying that again. My dad has been playing Fallout 4. Vanilla. He's been doing this thing.
Lovely day for it. Do I look like I was born in a barn?
No, like I said, he's a console gamer, so.
Don't give me trouble now.
The locked door has red text on it.
I should go get Minsk first. I actually want to go get Minsk first.
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Baldur.
Resonance Stone should actually stay with Karlach for a little bit longer. So I'm gonna concentrate on this here.
And you enough.
And so
I can taste your...
Right.
I actually start combat normally. Wasn't. Oh, I guess I wasn't sneaking. How would explain it? Basic. That's the thing. Listen, Mitch, she's fine. It's fine. I don't want to damage you. Should have kept Resonant Stone for Dissonant Whispers any more consistently here. I didn't plan for this. I have surprise round. Hey, it's going well. We beat up Cazador. We're trying to recruit Minsk, and we're gonna go beat up Orin. Saved. Bro. He knocked himself out. Okay. Back on.
Against this wretch has stood against your fight.
Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable. He will only be a hindrance to us.
Shut up, man.
His
Hate the Emperor.
in this.
To be honest, I forgot about that 10,000 gold. Now we're super duper set on money. I can go get everything I want from Akabi too.
But none like this.
He says we will join.
Camp. I haven't decided if I'm accepting ball or not. If I do, I lose Slayer form, which I didn't end up using much. It was nice in like 2 situations, but I get an epilogue party if I reject ball. I haven't done a resist dirge on honor mode. I don't think ever. I always accept because it's better gameplay wise. So, yeah, sure. Change things up.
I think your reasons were your own. But whether you lead the way, we're yours to command. It is not something you need concern. And if this fight were to go against us, now come.
Only 1 XP, get me level 6. Sorry, Topaz. I'm not. Topaz's 1 XP is just contributing to something greater. Now we become an unholy assassin. I think I'll save Rapture for answer Gortash. That sphere of things. Steelwatch Foundry. Provided I decide to do those things. Because I really don't need it for Orin with my plan. I'm not going to be attacking her. Well, maybe I will a little, but...
Let's see.
Present me well from gift.
Actually pronounced GIF.
Never believe this.
Okay, I hate me for that one.
Is he your cousin? Great uncle? Brother even?
But now, you have returned. It is a lesson Orin will... and we...
I love Bone Spike Garb so much. It's just so good. Saying GIF instead of GIF. What, are you saying you gift things to people rather than gifting things to people? Ridiculous.
Slaughter this Celeste, spare no...
Someone will stop you, Barlist. When they do, I hope it hurts. Citizen, stop this at once!
Oh hey, I broke my oath finally.
A spasm grips your chest. Your strength falters.
I forgot.
An emptiness grows within you, Paladin.
Don't call me the
Something
P
has
word.
been lost.
Yeah.
Holy assassin does have a certain ring to it.
Not even Jod will forgive you for that. Hardest fight, GG. Yeah, it was a pretty rough one. More movement, more opportunities for enemies to hit. Yeah.
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting.
Good God.
your
Sorry,
dream.
good Jod. Buying things because I can. Okay, I actually have to deal with what's his nuts in the place with the thing. Do that while I do this. Break the achievement? No. The achievement doesn't require game completion. So, like, I already have the achievement, but you get it as soon as you hit, you know, all your levels. I don't need bone spike gloves on this run, so just go straight for the guy. This option failed. DC 30.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I don't think I need this, but
Slow down. Open up. That's curious.
The Lord of Murder shall perish. But in his doom, he shall spawn a score of mortal progeny.
Expect multiple thousand now. Maybe not. Perhaps not this time. Yeah, I don't need to out initiative Warren. But is there anything more advantageous I could have elixir-wise? Not really. Battle Mage? Paladon, he's Paladon with this. I won't be doing anything. So we'll do that. I guess I can change back to it. I will outspeed her, but I don't really care. I guess it means I can gaping modes. What else would I do? Alar Louvre might be better than Rhapsody here, but meh. Trying to think of what I could do with my main action that'll be advantageous in the Orin duel. Always change gear, I suppose. Nothing of real value. Okay.
Oh, but lady.
Open it. There are more unique and good sickles in the game. Fighting 2 sickles would be so cool. Cool, I mean edgy. Yeah, there's not very many of them. Maybe I'll actually get the Wave Mothers one this run, if I remember to not dump her in the drink. I need to fire shield from a scroll. I'm just figuring out what I concentrate on. Yeah, I guess I don't really need to do much. Guess I could use my action to cast Blade Ward, so that I wouldn't need Reviving Hands on. I could wear Gloves of Belligerent Skies. Yeah, so I suppose I'll go in concentrating on Stone Skin. Cast Blade Ward anyway.
I've got a long road ahead.
Cool, let's do it. Guess we'll enlarge too.
Did it think it could protect? Did it think it could save? Only the blades cannot.
How you
The foreign she husk, maggot, a ball spawn, slip sliding in.
The changeling.
The murder.
Pure blood sport. But if anyone enters,
Sorry, how you doing? Raspberries are funny. Hi, Aura.
A gift from your god.
I gotta
Your
pee.
father.
Here, pee.
An offering of his affection for you. A confirmation that he owns you.
Get me back. Sorry. if it's so bad, you just immediately kill Orin. Yeah, that's actually what happened. I was like, let me get this done. Let me get this done. Since Orin in Spanish means pez. that is funny. Orin commit crossword. She did. She did.
Your life is mine. Accept your inheritance, or I will reclaim it.
I'll just assume Orin won. We're gonna defy Ball here. Keep it interesting. Accepting Ball gets me way better buffs in the final section of the game, but
You reject my blood, and so I will reclaim it. I will make another who is worthy.
For the first time in over a century, silence.
Oh no, run over.
The temple. No chants, no screams, no prayers.
We are going to the helm. At the helm, we are needed.
Your own death brought you more joy than any you wrought on this land. You are slipping into peaceful oblivion. But your journey is not over.
It's amusing to me. Like, the companions don't react to this much. Some of them have like one line,
in
but
doing so has earned a place among champions and heroes. But alas, thy courage was in opposition to the divine cosmology.
Wither's showing
that
feet
bound
for
thee
free?
to the Lord of Murder. Thou art now faithless, godless, and doomed to wander the fugue plains.
they says how much bragging to the stream. Feel free.
I will not permit that, though all the powers of life and death dictate that it should be so.
In this economy?
I too still hold some power, and I invest a portion of it in thee, who hath challenged the gods and now liveth to tell of it.
Didn't I see you at the presidential debate?
Thy fight is not over, and it is thy fight. For one who can look upon Baal and oppose him can survive any crisis. So rise, challenger of gods, and prepare for battle once more. Death will not claim thee whilst I
Who are you?
a scribe, a seneschal, a keeper of records.
Heard of Jiggling. Get ready
and
for
now
Jurgling.
Thine advocate.
That fight is not over, and this is that fight. Sounds like Power Metal lyrics. Real. Yeah. Withers is unapologetically just metal the whole time. He's great. I enjoy him.
There is no true rest for those like thee, faithless. But when victory is won, I swear I shall find thee a home.
Kinda ironic how he praises you for challenging the gods while Akachi got cursed and sent to the wall for it. Time has passed since then. Maybe a lesson was learned from that whole situation. But yeah, like, also the Wall of the Faithless is so incredibly fucked up, and this game glosses over that. It's not like it was out of focus in other games. Neverwinter Nights 2, Mask of the Betrayer focuses on that, but like, it's so incredibly fucked up, and Withers just kind of references it a couple times. It's in some books. Karlach references it a couple times, but like, ugh.
The sole way to atone for thine actions is to do better in a new dawn.
The way Withers in the absolute pretty old fuckness psychopathic control.
Baal tried to extinguish thee, but his wrath is imprecise. He
Always
only
chooses to tear down
succeeded
based.
in killing the part of thee he knew. The urge that drove thee to terrible acts, the spark of brutality that made thee his. But there is a new part of you that hath grown during thy travels. That part Baal could not extinguish, and so, instead of destroying thee, He hath
They're saying no,
made
it's great.
thee
The man only
anew.
needs 2 letters. He adds extra letters though.
Heart
There's
of
like
the
a
Savior
few
hath
A's, a U,
overshadowed
maybe a
the
GH in there. It's like no.
Thou hast vanquished thine urge.
Did you know?
I know all. But to state truths is to interfere, for the minds of mortals are easily swayed. My place for the
Wade, like the material?
is to observe. This intervention,
Now picturing Withers wearing
the
like a blue
reclamation of
suede
thy
suit.
soul, is beyond mine ordinary remit. But thou art extraordinary, and so are these times.
I would have thou speaketh
thou
like
art born
Withers all the
anew.
time. I would not be able to do that for more than a sentence at a time. It's too hard.
Greet the bloodless dawn, child of none.
Enemies don't stand a chance.
As it was, so it is again. A hero has risen from a legacy of death.
So this means I'm cleared for all the XP farming, right? Hi, Lae'zel.
To camp.
Sword of Lackett. Oh yeah, we haven't had that cutscene yet. And second copy of that hat.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
Oh yeah, let's look at that combat log. Orin did more damage than I thought she would, to be honest. But oh yeah, I forgot to get necrotic resistance. Yeah. Was doing a bit. How's that vulnerable? Oh, she... It's magical. Stoneskin doesn't cover that. Non-magical. That's what I didn't cover. That's why I took more damage. Right. So, error there, but I was tanky enough. So even with being piercing vulnerable and just letting Orin hit me, she hit herself for this much. And she hit herself for this much. Did I forget to fire shield too? I think I did. Yeah, I forgot to fire shield. We could have killed her sooner. And me eating a ton of raspberries. For comedy. Main hand Bloodthirst, offhand Rhapsody is interesting here. Because then I can poke someone to give them piercing vuln so that when they hit me, the Bone Spike Garb damage gets doubled up. So I'd be hitting them for 18 damage on that. I'd rather have a shield on though. Okay, let's get back in an Eldritch Blasting sort of setup, because I'm gonna need a ranged ability for some upcoming things. I do have Crater Flesh Gloves. I guess for Leroican I could get a Paralytic on him. Eldritch Blast him, but I don't need to deal with Leroican, excuse me. Maybe I'll decide to, maybe I won't. We have Ethel too. I could make Ethel gamer herself with retorts. That's an option. And I should go to the guild. Resolve that whole thing. Slammer. I didn't need Ring of Regen there. That's fine. Guild fight, guild fight, guild. Yeah, let's do movement, grid immunity. Risky ring wouldn't be crazy, but I forgot to buy it. Have to go talk to Arash. Okay with buying it now. Maybe. Maybe. I need Mask of Soul Perception for the accuracy. So we do go... that. Yeah, that'll do. Can't believe I forgot Stone Skin doesn't cover magical damage. That could have been real bad. But I went in with crit protection. If I had forgotten that too, then that could have been death. But because I remembered one, it was fine. Yeah, I'll have to test the Minsc and Jaheira thing on another run. I want to test to see if... Oh, side note. Hang on. There's an NPC I want to look for here. I want to test to see if Jaheira is dead when you accept all. Like, temp dead and you have Minsc. If Minsc will just be chilling. So this one. This Ballist is a massive fucking cheater. And this one has a bonus action non-concentration old person. And also a, like, super duper sneak attack. I don't know if any of the other ones have it, but this one does. Fucking 20, 20, 20, 14, 16, 16. What are these stats? Yeah, like, what? What do you mean by this? Internet's down, your ISP has the gall to bother you with a stupid promo call. Ugh. Nice drip, too. So this more times than you. Yeah, she's a gamer. Someone I am never gonna fight. 9 fingers, that Ballist, and then like the vampire spawn kids. That's the dream team.
Time to get
short rest now. Let's go kill the wargs. Oh yeah, we got the Oathbreaker Knight chilling in camp. Should I take the Oathbreaker subclass now? No, that would erase some of my buffs.
Oh, sorry.
That would actually get rid of my blessed statue. I remembered. Paladin sucks so hard. When one random ball Chalice's stats similar to Orin. And I forgot Resonant Stone again. That would have been even more damage against Orin.
Glorious wave, mother. Pour fury upon the beast responsible for this injustice. You, supplicant, what tribute do you bring to honor the Wave Mother's fallen daughter?
I've seen this before. I don't think I picked them up on. I wish her soul the stillness of a calmed ocean.
As still as the water in her halted lungs. A most fitting tribute, received with gratitude.
Nice corpse. What are we celebrating?
An act of divine mercy. Blessed Umberly saw
The makeup
fit to
game is on
spare
point.
an ignoble death. But her passing was not as the Wave Mother.
How long do you think that took to do?
It was a beast who took her life. An unnatural one whose very existence is an affront to Umberly. A wretched metal monstrosity hewn
Is there
by
magic for that?
hubris. A
She woke up
rusting
like that?
pollutant that bleeds black
Right.
blood into Umberly's pristine waters.
Yet to meet a beast I couldn't slay. If you need a hunter, you found one.
The Queen of the Depths is generous to those who serve her. Find the master
Queen of
this
the Depths was my
poisonous
nickname in
beast
high school.
and slay him. Then one of her most precious gifts.
I didn't expect that one to work. I started saying it, it was like, actually.
Rejoice as the
Ira Banks wants her on an America's Next Top Model.
So you stopped queuing because you felt
Must be
funny.
blowing in land today.
I mean, yes,
Bringing the
most.
scent of the foundry.
Why do you stop queuing?
Reaches.
Surface makeup isn't bad either. It's kind of hard to see her face through the scars and the missing eye and the squid veins. She looks good. Tyra Banks. Name I haven't heard in a long time. Same, actually. Fun fact, you want to save the 5k gold in the Blessing of God statue, you can also get 10 gold to the Umberly statue each time you get the same buff. Wait, so the one there? Where I just came from? Yeah. And it lasts a long rest?
Blood.
I believe so.
Oil. Leading right inside.
That's really useful information, actually. But, you know, it's 4,500 gold if you're level 12. It's only 400 if you're level 1, but 10 is still even less than that. So, I like that.
These boots have seen everything. Should mind my step.
Want to use Sunday? I think it'd be fun. Good damage. You don't just steal your money back.
Pave my path with corpses.
I mean, it's Act
Build
3.
a castle.
I don't really care much about the money either way. Yeah, how you doing, Mustard? Much fun, just having fun playing, recruiting to the best of my ability, made choice first run yesterday this morning. Appreciate everyone, true gamers, not just streamer. Yeah, I mean, I just play stuff I like and encourage people to do things that they like. I don't think I need any kind of like true gamer label or anything, but I appreciate the kind words. Thanks, little Curseword. How are you today? I'm disappointed about that Orin kill. Like, I could have done that better. I want to recreate that. On another run, I suppose. I guess let's get Unstable Blood from Mirage now. Actually, no. Not until after House of Hope. Not until after House of Hope. Reflect on your methods, they could have been better. You have a dirge quote for every occasion, Mustard. Hey, I was going to the guild. Right. Where I'm supposed to be. Do I want the dead shot? Yeah, actually I do.
Just the girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, nuts. Thank you so much for converting from a Prime to a T1 sub. I really appreciate that. Hope you continue to enjoy all the stuff and things. And again, thank you for the kind words.
What's up for discussion? Something caught your eye then? Careful. Most of my wares can take an eye right out.
Because I have an Elixir of Vigilance on right now. Makes sense. Still plus 11 initiative. Good night, say. And some good rest. See you later. Angela, you're still just chilling here, huh?
I do not know if this is more blessing or curse, but it is at least something. Thank you, my friend.
Sure thing, man. I forgot to talk to you. I mean, by talk to you, I mean I forgot to kill you, but I guess it works out. And almost outspeed that hyena in Act 1. Almost. Can I ask something? Absolutely. All the weakness proc my armor does it? Not sure. Someone attacks? I'm not sure. Possible that it doesn't. Some things are weird about that. Could have been called the weak's most scuffed ability. Yeah, it sometimes can't quite make up its mind.
No time. Good. Come on then.
Nine Fingers with her insane initiative. Why is she so cracked? Also, this says per turn. Lol. Yeah, sure. Sure, it's per turn. Uh-huh. Okay, can we make Nine Fingers an ally? Then abduct Nine Fingers to somewhere where she'll help us fight. And also have Helsik there. No, but we would need to get Helsik's attitude with Nine Fingers up, and I don't think we can do that. Making Lightning Aura build with Shield, Valor Louvre, Lightning Charges, Boots, and Water. On Tempest Cleric, need a bread and butter weapon for easy fights. Any suggestions? Spell Sparkler is going to be a good way of getting Lightning Charges when you, don't want to do surface interactions. There's a Defender Flail if you want to be a little bit tankier. I used Skin Burster a lot on my Tempest Cleric run. Skin Burster in combination with Polearm Master. Drake Throat, Glaive Thunder on Skin Burster. So that basically things would walk into the electrified water to get to me, get knocked back by that. Then if they manage to get to me again, I can Polearm Master reaction when they're entering my threaten range, hit them, knock them back again, and each time you hit something with each time you hit something with Skin Burster, you get Force Conduit stacks, which is a lot of damage reduction. So it lets you be very tanky and just sit there. So if you're willing to forego your shield slot, Skin Burster is real good there, especially if you take Polearm Master. But even if you don't, it's just a great item. What other stuff? You mentioned Valor Louvre. It's gonna sound silly, but Melf's First Staff is one of the very few items in the first two acts that gives you +1 spell save DC in your main hand. It's not a particularly good item outside of that, but improving your difficulty class on your spells isn't the worst thing ever. There's always using your ranged weapons. You have good dexterity. You can have a good hit rate on something like Titan String Bow, if you're into that. Or there's the standard offhand hand crossbow shots. Didn't catch the last one. Melf's First Staff. It's sold by Blurg in the Underdark. It's just +1 spell save DC. It gives you a cast of Melf's Acid Arrow, but that spell sucks, so who cares? Irish, you okay, man? +1 for bonking, that's true too. Agents of Light myself. Thing lighting on it, just for the theme. Thanks a lot, by the way. Yeah, of course. I actually recently did a run very much in line with what you're trying to do, so it's all fresh. And I like the concept. Very powerful stuff. Thinking. Obviously in Act 3 you have, like, Marco Heshkir as an option. Extremely strong option for a sheep and gets ignored so much. The +1 spell save DC is a very good effect for an item to have, especially on a versatile weapon. So you can two-hand and bonk with it, you can use it with a shield. Nightfinger's actually missed. Have I ever seen her miss before? She rolled a 2. Actually, Glaive and Arcane Towers aren't any good? No. Reason being, unless you have the effect from the gloves that Barkus sells active, which only lasts 10 turns, and you can only do it once per short rest, unless you have that active, you have to pass a Constitution save to not get stunned every turn. And the damage is mid. It's a 2-hander, so you don't have flexibility in your shield slot. Lightning Jabbers from the Kuotoa Chiefs in Act 2, those are pretty good. They have built-in lightning damage. I'm trying to figure out these stupid Elden Ring bosses. I may have purchased Elden Ring and started playing it yesterday. No, I will not be streaming it. I don't want to make stream content for that game. Lightning Jabber, Eldritch Knight Thrower, carried my last honor clear. It's very strong. You can just fully swing the Lightning Jabber as a weapon too. It's good at that too. Piercing damage scales really well through the whole game. It can shut off reactions when you melee people with it, just like the Shocking Grasp spell. Like Nyrona for that day. Nyrona is very good, of course, yeah. I've never been worried for Ninefinger's life in this fight before. Suppose I don't need to be. The old dash in place, well done. Dissonant Whispers is so good, man. Elden Ring your first FromSoft game? No. I played a small amount of Sekiro. I played Bloodborne when it first came out. To get through the game. But that was a decade ago. And I'm older. I'm slower. Unlearned basically everything I did, so it's very much me relearning how to play those games, but I'm enjoying. I played for like, I don't know, an hour or something. I almost beat Margit. It's like, I'm down to like 30% or something. And then my game froze on a loading screen, so I stopped playing for the night. That's the quintessential Elden Ring experience. PC version's so bad. I've heard. Also, what's with the constant flashbangs? Every menu and logo, and loading screen, and cutscene, it's all flashbangs. Got PS5 because I like the game so much. It's so much better. Good to know. I think my playtime is still low enough that I probably refund it on Steam if I really wanted to do that, but I don't really care that much. I got the game on sale. Like 40 bucks. Didn't get the DLC because I can buy that if I want to play the game more, and if I get that far. I figure's fine. Pretty annoyed by the community needs to insist it's better than every other game in existence. Yeah, it's one of those things where certain fandoms have elements in them, people in them who are just absolutely fucking insufferable and make the people who just want to enjoy something because they like it look bad by association. Souls fans that poison the well like that are particularly awful. Like, I don't like the Souls fan base, and I know not everyone's like these people, but they're very loud. A lot of elitism, yeah.
Not enough gawking all. Back to work. There's a mess needs cleaning up here.
Souls players only play Souls games. They don't know how to judge good games. Can't believe you gave into the you should play Elden Ring choir. I wouldn't say that I did at all, Jaybridge. After the game's been out for over 2 years and the DLC came out, and I see Souls fans having all sorts of opinions about it, I was like, eh.
Well,
let me see if I like this. I haven't decided if I like the game yet. I wouldn't say it's giving in to that whole thing. Hey Soho, how you doing?
The very mention of her name And you, bite your... Boo forgives. It will surprise you to learn that even... No. She meant to spit... She had...
Gives you Breath of the Wild vibes with more depth. I don't like Zelda games. So.
Is Minsk. But still... Yes, Boo.
Hey, Cons. Bonzo here and popping in. I hope you're doing well.
If Nine Fingers survived the fray, she will be right back to work in there. We ought to speak to her.
She has you in her throat, Jaheira.
I'll take though in terms of Zelda games for the most. I haven't played it. I've only heard good things about it, but I don't really
She will definitely have something to
get
say about
the Zelda formula love. Like, the only Zelda game that I've played that I've liked, and I've not really tried too hard to get to Zelda, so I'm not gonna paint with a brush, but the only Zelda game I played that I've liked was Darksiders 2.
Kind of you to take. I haven't got the slightest idea. Heroes come and go, but the guild has always been here, protecting the city, until the Stone Lord came to break us.
You are right. I have proven myself unworthy. What?
You have.
And I could get through Breath of the Wild, Simple Dungeons, or never worked for exploration. Not enjoyed it at all, or shit out of me. Links to past and shit though. Like, it's one of those things that it's a beloved franchise that's been pumping out games for a long time, and as far as like, if we're talking more recent conversations where Nintendo's concerned, such as the Switch being just an awful platform that they can't make good use of at all, Zelda hasn't been prone to that. So like, huge credit there.
Not so much a term of age.
And I hope
or
the games
affection
serve
as
what the
simple
primary fan
habits.
base wants from
You
them. It's
object?
just, as an IP, it's not something that's ever been, like, for me. let's say. Just like how I've never gotten into Final Fantasy, for example. I toyed around with the idea of trying 16 because I've been told I would like it, Final Fantasy 16, but I still haven't gotten around to it. As long as I get to call you Crow.
The cup and the crow. Sounds like a cautionary tale, as it probably should. You're sure?
Another ball
That's the wild
spawn
honor challenge.
buried by our
BG3
hand.
can only use weapon once in
Ball
combat
should
ever.
learn better than to send his offspring against us. Truly.
Durability, weapon durability mod for BG3 incoming.
It is not our land, but after. Thank you. Sincerely.
Oh yeah, this guy. This fucking guy. My instinct is to kill him because XP, but like, I'm level 12. Okay, I'm trying to figure out, is there anything else I want to get done on this rest while I still have Auntie Ethel's charm active? I don't have the Cat's Grace from it anymore, but this is giving me advantage on charisma checks, strength checks, wisdom checks. I'm already getting advantage on strength from Resonant Stone, but this carry weight has been good. I'm gonna have carry weight problems in a moment. I just realized how much I'm carrying. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue. Shit. Do I still have the alchemy pouch on me? One thing I can say about Final Fantasy 16 is the music is good. I've heard that too. Let's sell some stuff to Blurk, I guess. He should still have money. I need more flash blinders.
Those clanking great steel watches. Bloody hate them.
How'd I outbreak? Oh yeah, Valeria. Yeah. It was Valeria. I'd forgotten that that was a thing. I was playing blissfully unaware, and then it happened.
Your tadpoles stick naturally. The Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an inquiring mind busy.
Maybe don't need 5 noble stocks, but I like being prepared. We could go do the circus fight.
Strange. To think that I'm both brilliant and extremely attractive.
Alright, yeah, true. I have Connor-related testing to do. Completely for core. I have Connor-related testing to do. Scrolling made me cackle. Hey, glad you enjoyed. Need him to crit me. I have a blindness scroll. Can I cast blindness on myself? I can't be blind. I need Connor to crit me. Well, we might be here for a while.
Vis Medicatrix.
Guess I should have. I'll blade word myself. He might not attack me if I'm blade worded though.
Vis Medicatrix.
Where's Conduit Shield? That makes my AC go high.
Vis Medicatrix.
I want to see if Crater Flesh buffs will apply to some things. Yeah, he won't just do Yeah, Hex applies separately to that and that. As I'd hoped.
Vis Medicatrix.
Check out crit immunity too. Oh, duh. Duh. Thank you. If I blind myself, I can give him advantage attacking me, right?
Vis Medicatrix.
We'll run out of darkness arrows from this, but fine, maybe. Poor zombie. Connor's our favorite. He's just so useful. Didn't place the darkness super well. Attack me. Too tanky, he doesn't want to.
Vis Medicatrix.
Risk Hearing, just want to give advantage. I want to give him advantage. Risk Hearing only gives you disadvantage in saving throws. And because I have heavy armor proficiency, and an option would be just equipping armor I'm not proficient with. But proficient with all of it, so.
Vis Medicatrix.
gonna roll better.
This medicatrix.
The sciencing hit me, but I'm caustic. I want to see if he crits me, if Crater Flesh applies to any of this. It shouldn't. But, like, you know Crater Flesh being cursed.
This medicatrix.
Trying to see if it'll crit him back. Yeah, basically. He's got to roll a 20 though.
This medicatrix.
Team.
This medicatrix.
I do not have Minthara in the party. I accidentally bonded the shit out of Minthara. I have tadpoles, I could convince someone to use it, but just do it this way.
This medicatrix.
So, if you start the cast animation for Blade Ward and end your turn before the effect actually happens, you can just have an extra turn because of when it checks the duration. It's most useless information. It's kind of fun. It went down to 1, but then went back up to 2 because I technically didn't cast it on my turn. Start combo with Blade Ward in the Abjuration Monk sometimes, that makes sense. Reminds me of in DOS 2 using Apotheosis to cast Apotheosis to get one extra turn of it. I haven't gotten that far in DOS 2 yet.
This medicatrix.
There we go. Finally. Okay, so the hex damage doubles up. No Crater Flesh Gloves though. But being crit is advantageous. So like this, yeah, this is good. But this does remind me of for retaliation tank builds. What's Wrath? Doesn't even actually do it. You can find a way to give enemies advantage on attacking you. And you're okay with them critting. Then, yeah, you can make them do a lot more damage to themselves. Easiest way I can think of, there's two ways. Either wear armor you're not proficient with, or be a barbarian using reckless attack. We'll do a little more sun. Still have Iron Whip Shield, right? Surely I wouldn't have sold that item that I like a lot. Let's do that.
Vis Medicatrix.
I could have Fire Shield on top of this. And Psionic Overload does work here as well. I'll open this can of worms. Does the Cursed Club apply? I don't have it for testing on this save, and I don't feel like getting it, but thanks. It occurs to me, Answer does melee attacks. Answer does not resist anything I'm doing here except for necrotic. He has damage reduction, so the Callous Glow wouldn't do much. But I could Agathis Fire Shield Answer down. It'd be funny. Or I'm using Connor. I use Connor as a testing dummy. And to stack buffs sometimes. Yeah, Connor's a great science tool. Marina always dies now because I want the version of Connor that's hostile to me for utility purposes. You can use him for so much. You can use him for testing your damage, testing your damage retaliation, use him for pre-stacking momentum. You can use him for stacking Rhapsody, stacking Staff of Cherished Necromancy, charging up Executioner. He's very useful. That does remind me, Staff of Cherished Necromancy, I should probably work on getting that, because if I run around with a 4th level spell slot elixir active, then I can just learn Blight from my wizard list and just spam Blight, imposing disadvantage on enemies. Mira deserves it anyway. I mean, she sucks, but like, she grows. She can learn. I'm trying to figure out how on this build I would deal with the Ancient Lair. Probably Oil of Combustion Bow. Band of the Mystic Scoundrel would be nice there. Not sure if it matters to you. I had a run where I never talked to her after Ethel went out some of the hostile version and one talked to her, pretended I didn't have it. And how did that play out exactly? She sucks because she was stricken with grief and someone took serious advantage. And she's also not a very smart person. She's a very easy target. Grieving and stupid. And hostile him without her dying. That's cool for her. Unfortunately, Marina also can contribute 1 XP potentially. I was thinking of the optimal way to do it for this version of Connor is likely to succeed the check on Ethel to get the hair and Marina goes free. Then you go grab the wand, then you kill Marina, and then you revive Connor. But like, I don't know about killing the pregnant woman for 1 XP. That might be a little too much even for my XP strats. I don't know if I can live with that one. But what if she's more than 1 XP? No, it's still too much. What are you, Halson? Why'd you say that to me? That wasn't very nice. Not even 2 XP? Tell me that baby ain't worth leaving. I mean, I haven't tested. I'm only speculating on Marina's XP. I've not actually tried. Next you're gonna fireball the kids kicking the corpse. They're not worth XP. The goblin kids? Yeah, no, I've already tried that. The game says goblins aren't people, so I tested that a while ago. Ask my friend how much XP Marina is. I'm curious. Is there Rel's shield anywhere? Yeah, I do. Am I wearing? I want to do the circus fight, and then we'll probably call it after that. Because the remaining things are, like, replenishing my resources. It's going to take me a while. And then also everything associated with Gortash. The playthrough, she tossed a rotten tomato trying to find the fake Marine and crit her. Incredible. No notes.
I've been this way before.
All I'm saying is making a deal with the devil, a hag, etc. usually doesn't go well, Gracious. Yeah, that's where the stupidity comes in. Raphael dead already? No, that'll be tomorrow as well. That's another thing I want to be more focused for. I need to give a copy money for all his shit, too. No, I have the money for that. Okay, yeah, let's, Morel's shield for fire shield chill. Switch to Iron Vine. Laylee.
Did you hear about the
Around this again.
scarecrow who
Request
lost
something
a
there.
fight?
Yeah, what's up?
You, my special assistant. Come on, now tell me, what makes you special?
Made an arrangement with an entity of unknowable age, form, and power.
You lost praise.
You sense something but
Very well, so praise the absolute.
Alright, hit me. Forgot to put the moon lantern down. That's fine. That's 1 damage. Interact with them. So I'm not sure where you're talking about. Those directions. You have NPC names? But I'm not sure what you're talking about. So. After the fight, directing would be the way to steer me. Just like, you know an NPC name I can use as a landmark. That would be the way of the Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to confirm. Psionic Overload applies to each individual thing? Yeah. Psionic Overload's insane.
Bet I can crack that open.
Be free. A warlock check with the meat hole is better as dirge. The meat hole.
Here comes the punchline.
Wait, your Bone Spike Garp will hit you off of your Psionic Overload damage. That's funny. Or wait, is that my shield or my armor trying to hit me? Jack was hit for 3 bludgeoning damage. Dribbles the Clown was hit for 2 acid, 2 psychic, 2 radiant, 1 piercing, 2 psychic, 2 radiant, 6 piercing, 8 psychic, 2 radiant, 20 cold, 4 psychic, 2 radiant, 15 cold, 8 psychic, 2 radiant. deeper with damage riders. I'm unsure if Ironvine Shield is providing more than going with Valar Alluve would. The Valar Alluve Shriek's an option, but Shillelagh Ironvine is sustainable. Misclick, I meant to. Oh, alright, fine. Will it work if you drop it after activation? No. They used to. Like patch 3, they changed that. I want to say patch 3. Shadow Whiskers to hit me. Us. So I took... Oh wait, that was... How did... Okay, 2 instances. So... How many times did everything trigger? Like, a lot. It doesn't look like, Hondo and Kareska's Ice applied to these. What staff do we think would be optimal here? It's probably still Marco Heschker, because, like, I could use it to get lightning charges. And have lightning charges going on all this.
Another shapeshifter. I wonder if the real Dribbles has better jokes.
Alright, time to skulk about. Using a 5-finger discount. Interesting selection. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Have to keep going.
Yeah, this is very silly. This is very scalable. Like, you don't even necessarily need to wait till Bone Spike Garb for this. Okay. When directing people on streams, that there's a stream delay, there's a delay with your messages, there's a delay when I see it. That's not ever gonna work. Going left, right, like landmarks. Are you talking about this area? Where this ping is? The musician? Right here? Okay, see, that's good. This one? I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. It's hard to conceive of things like that. Okay, what did you want me to do? Talk to one of them? or science.
Always at your
See if
side.
this does anything at all.
Minsk just joined our team.
You look a little
Hey, nothing to say.
Please.
Nothing to say.
Copper for your thoughts.
They don't even have like.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
You look a little.
Please.
Never a dull moment.
What's on your mind?
This could be relevant.
Time to press ahead.
All science is good science.
Maybe it'll bring us closer.
Hey, soldier. Sounds
Bittermoth cloak deal retaliation every time they take damage from burning. So, I tried to use that cloak last playthrough on the Tempest Cleric, and I could never get it to actually trigger. Even when something hit me, even when I took damage, it never worked. So, I don't know what I was missing. Likely a testing error. I don't want to believe that it doesn't work at all. But I'm kind of worried about that. Work well in the duo run. You got it to work? Okay, so it must have been the enemies that I was running into. The reason why it wasn't working. Detect thoughts cost 2 copper pieces, like the same copper for your thoughts. Yep. Excited about some random cool things happening to you. You know, it's an epic thing, so mega awesome, makes stuff for fans. Yeah, Laren's pretty cool about doing stuff like that, for sure. It's funny that running around 4th level spell slot elixir to keep panty casting Agathis is like how to run this. Guess I think those together is redundant, so I have a ring slot free. Is that? I don't want to know. Hey Nefsy, how you doing? The illusion spells, major minor, require pieces of fleece pulling the wool over their eyes. I love those details. Real cool stuff. So with this setup, Dark Vision requires Carrot, Sunbeam Magnifying Glass, Gust of Wind is a Legume Seed. Yeah. I love D&D. Where's Con? Oh man, I did forget Connor in the other camp. I did.
This medicatrix.
almost forgot to dash. Whoopsie. Good Morning Frost would make sense here. I'm getting blading charges this way. Progress. That's without Fire Shield. It's without Psionic Overload. How can we make this crazier? Oh yeah, where's Morning Frost? Did I... Surely I didn't sell Morning Frost. Oh, there it is. Sorry to fixate on this as a build concept, but like this is something that the stuff that I'm using, everything here right now, you only need one level of Warlock to do this setup. Those are the only class features I'm using. Sure, shield proficiency, medium armor proficiency currently, but you can be a Githyanki and get those. Well, get the medium armor proficiency, the shield. Half elf and human get that. But there's substitutes gear-wise for a lot of this stuff. But either you could do this as like a level 1 build, though. Retaliation tanking with that amount of HP maybe isn't the best idea. But this is tech you could do on, like, any class. And notably, I think a Barbarian doing this could be very interesting, because you can use Reckless Attack to give enemies advantage on their attack rolls against you. So, like, in terms of retaliation tanking, you can pick and choose a lot of features from a lot of classes. Like 2 Barbarian for Reckless Attack. Maybe you go 2 Monk for Step of the Wind. Go a little bit of Wizard for Abjuration. Go Warlock for Hex and Agathis. You can just take a lot of different class features on this. Retaliation Barb build. Went to Warlock my Barb run for Double Sight. Yeah, Hex, Agathis, and you're off to the races. You even get Minor Illusion and Blade Ward if you want to go those that route, or you could take Eldritch Blast. It's just so good. You can pick up Dissonant Whispers, Hellish Rebuke. Hellish Rebuke can be cast while raging. You can take that from your Warlock level 2. Or your second Warlock level. You get another spell at 2, right? A lot of options. Warlock's crazy. Come on, Connor. Oh, hi, Minsk. He tried to throw a healing potion at me and missed. Classic Minsk.
This medicatrix.
shame we get Minsk so late. A boo throwing build could be funny. Yeah. Honor, don't kill Minsk. Honor. I have to do this in a different campsite so Minsk doesn't ruin this. Jolty vests have been used in the setup. It's competing for a slot. There's a lot of chest armors that do things when you're hit. Like you have both of the Dark Justiciar. Actually, you have 3 rarities of Dark Justiciar armor that have damage retorts. The green one is particularly desirable because it's low AC, which makes you easier to hit, and it doesn't require you to have Shield of Faith active for its retort. So like, and you can get it early. You can get that one at Grimforge. Then you have the blue and the purple one. You have various heavy armors for their damage reductions. Flawed Helldusk armor is heavy armor that gives you 1 piercing DR. Then also has the fire damage retort. Of course, you got Bone Spike Garb here. Chest slot is pretty competitive for retaliation tanking already. You go build with Ballast. Yeah, could. Is this secluded enough? Yeah, actually, this should work. I was gonna end stream, but I got completely distracted by science. Considering drinking a coffee so I can also assign a Coke Reload. Fuck it. We gotta see how far this can go.
This medicatrix.
Alright, so I should be tanky enough that he's not going to try to attack me. Maybe. Or maybe I need more damage reduction for that. Attacks him now. He is gonna... No, I need to do this right now. Ever lightning charges. So I have another turn. Is there anything else I could do to make this crazier? I don't think so. Fire shield? Fire shield, yeah. Fire shield would be a better thing. Yeah. Okay, because I didn't take damage, Flesh Melter Cloak didn't trigger. I have to remember that. He low-rolled his damage. Still have a fire shield scroll, right? I still have one. For science. For science. For gonna go without Blade Ward, so I should, like, always take damage. Anything else I could put in my glove slot here? Vaguely curious if Spell Might does shit it shouldn't. Okay, so the Lily, Fire Shield, so differentiated. Blade Ward. Sanctuary. Get you up. I don't want him attacking me yet. He will attack me. Hex is Hex hostile? Okay, this. Miss me? He didn't miss me. I didn't have the option to use shields. How do I temporarily get more EC? I don't want him to hit me, like, yet. I guess maybe I revive him at a distance where he has to run to me. Yeah, I like that plan.
This medicatrix.
Multiple instances of lightning damage. Would a Gloves of Belligerent Skies be worth it? Could be. If they proc off of that, yeah. Could be. Obviously, there's also the option of making Connor wet and then using Fire Shield Chill, so Fire Shield Chill and Agathis damage increase. Okay, hit me, man. Connor. Alright, yeah, let's see. Okay, that was a lot. So, we got Hex, Psionic Overload, Lightning Charges, and Callous Glow, all piggybacking on Flesh Melter Cloak. So that's one set. Then we got the same set on Ironvine Shield. And then we got the same set on Bone Spike Garb. And then we got it on Armor of Agathis. And then we got it on Fire Shield. So you can get all of your damage riders there on each individual retaliation effect. And Hex will work on all of them. Which is an unexpected one. Hex and Psionic Overload applying. Those are the why do you situations. The thing with using... It's like weapon slots are competitive here. Because Ironvine requires a shillelagh weapon. Which means quarterstaffs and clubs. The cursed club is something that we gotta investigate for this. I really, really hope. I hope it doesn't. But that means no Rhapsody. That's probably fine though, because while Rhapsody would do +3 damage to any of these that are dice rolls, so that would add up to a lot. It also increases the damage you take from Psionic Overload. Now Connor's undead, so he wasn't affected by Steeped in Bliss. So I was just giving myself vulnerability to Psychic without him giving him vulnerability, but against people, the Psychic damage is all going to double up. That means you having an outside source of Psychic resistance is good. Fiend Warlock at level 10 can give themselves resistance to whatever they want. So if you're not going to Elixir of Universal Resistance, which is sustainable if you have money, you could just go pure Fiend lock on this, I guess. Doesn't Great Old One get it too? Yeah, Great Old One also gets it. So yeah. Two Warlock subclasses, same level. Big stuff. Black always able to pass scratch some core upgrades? Yes. Gameplay and story segregation. Does Tippler's Rage work on retorts? That's a good question. Can you shillelagh that thing? Well, you can't have Ironvine shield with Punch Drunk Bastard, is the thing. Oh, 1 more damage, instance hit lightning damage. That'd be the 6th necessary for the reverberation to trigger. Well, I'm not sure if the reverb actually triggers here or not, Dan. Dan, Don, correct me, you know. Because those gloves are picky sometimes. Dan like Dana? Okay, yeah, thanks. Those gloves are picky sometimes. The lore wouldn't scratch it or barbecue? Yes, but in a game as big as this, they didn't account for every possibility. Like, for example, Karlach, who raids the Grove, so Dammon dies, so she never gets her 2nd upgrade. That Karlach can still romance Minthara, can still kiss her later. The game kind of forgets about the Karlach can't touch people thing at a certain point, whether you fixed her or not. What else could we add to this? I do think Valar Luv would be interesting to test here. It would be exclusive, mutually exclusive with Ironvine, but that would give the option of doing, like, if you did a spec where you took Dual Wielder, you could have Valar Luv Rhapsody. Wasn't where they were picky to the side of gameplay. Hey, you've had good suggestions so far. You seem to have good instincts for it, so don't get discouraged. Sometimes this game just blatantly lies to you. The duo shitlording possibilities are good, though. Yeah, you could have a duo partner with Valar Luv Ballast. They could have Resonance Stone too if you want, I guess. And they could be the Paladin Oath that lets you give an ally a damage retort. They could have that one too. Save Gale, for example. Yeah, and Karlach has a checklist option to get Astarion off of her when you're first meeting him. Something to the effect of just like stop concentrating on staying cool, and it just burns him immediately. What all can scale up Fire Shield? And side note, does Savage Attacker work on all of these? Because it's a melee attack. It's not my melee attack, but it's a melee attack that's causing all of this to happen. So Savage Attacker might. There's also the possibility that being a half-orc and or a high-level barbarian that might also apply if you get crit. So what kind of spec would that look like? You need access to Shillelagh. You need access to Armor of Agathis. That would be a half-orc with 9 levels of Barbarian. May as well go 10, honestly. So, no, you could go 9. 9, 2, 1. 9 Barbarian, 1 Cleric. 2 Warlock. You wouldn't be raging, because you can't concentrate on Hex while raging. And your bonus action is already very competitive. This would probably also be a build where you don't take the Zaith'isk, so that you can continue to main action Psionic Overload. You could feat Magic Initiate Druid for Shillelagh. You could do that. That would let you drop the Cleric / Druid level. So you could either get Shillelagh from the feat, from 1 Nature Cleric level, or from 1 Druid level. What would the other feat be in this situation? What do we think? Honestly, like, unironically mobile. But no, you want opportunity attacks to happen. You could just not attack people. Then they wouldn't get sluggardly. It's always good old Polearm Master. Doesn't fit that concept. But yeah, Magic Initiate Druid isn't a bad idea for that. Because a Shillelagh that goes off of the Magic Initiate feat will be the stat of the class that took the feat. If I'm remembering correctly. You want a reaction? Better reactions to have, I think. You'd want to be making melee attacks with Reckless Attack to impose disadvantage. To impose advantage on incoming attacks, right? Improve their consistency on hitting you. So maybe this would be like 9 Barb, 2 Fighter, 1 Warlock. Giving you the action surge action to, you know, do your attack and then do whatever else you need to do. I don't like that idea. PG3 is weird with spell ability sometimes. Shillelagh might switch over to whatever your most recent class is, like grab Warlock after Magic Initiate Druid, maybe do Charisma instead. That's like a good thing. Like, Shillelagh from class spell list will stay the class attribute. Shillelagh being Wisdom is not necessarily bad, because if we wanted to directly scale up Ironvine Shield's damage without just relying on the damage riders, more Wisdom increases this. This is only 1 because it's minimum 1, but it's your Wisdom modifier, right? So like if I had, you know, the 22 Wisdom bracket, it'd be 6, but I don't think that's worth going into. Shillelagh can make your attack stats go down, right? Like I have 16 strength, so I have +3, but then I have -1 wisdom, so if I shillelagh weapon, my accuracy gets worse. We don't need to land the attacks. Really. Ooh, here's an option. If we when doing that melee attack for reckless attack to happen, right? If we had oil of combustion on the weapon and we were using fire shield like the fire variant, we could get oil of combustion explosions from enemies hitting us. That would conflict a bit with using wet to boost the Agathis damage, and it'd be less overall in single target than using wet to boost a fire shield chill plus Agathis, but it would be AoE. That's interesting. And like that AoE would also be getting the lightning charges and the Callous Glow. Be hurting you though, it'd be shaving away at some of your Agathis capabilities, so I don't think that's ultimately that worth, because there's no save for Oil of Combustion Explosion, right? We don't happen to be lucky enough for that to be a dex save. Or mess with Oil of Combustion. 3 to 18. 3d6. It's very good. Like, if we were fire resistant with the 2 DR from Bone Spike, I mean, I am fire resistant because I took that on my ranger level. Could shave the damage range down from 0 to 7. Potentially losing 7 of your Agathis is like a little rough. Thinking about it. It would absolutely be less than doing the Cold Wall approach. I have so many ideas. Anyway, I've been sitting here sciencing fucking Connor punching me in the face for like 30 minutes now because this is what having ADHD is. Hope that wasn't too boring. That was probably better then. What Chill Shield is 2d8 times 2 versus Warm Shield being 2d8 plus 3d6. No, because Wet is also going to boost Armor of Agathis. It's going to double that as well. But Oil and multi-target would be better. You're absolutely right about that. And that would be the situation you'd do it, I think. Also, there's Fire Shield sources. There's 3 chest pieces that give you a use of Fire Shield, and then that's the fire one, and then there's 1 shield that gives you cold. We could potentially have 4 free uses of fire shield per long rest without having to use any scrolls or spell slots towards that. That's cool stuff. Anyway, so tomorrow is Saturday. Saturday's my variety day, and unless I'm really feeling the BG3 itch like 5 minutes before stream, I haven't actually played Variety for Variety Saturday in a couple weeks. So I'm going to try to be live tomorrow with something that isn't BG3. Sunday's my scheduled day off. Monday will be more BG3. We will most likely finish this Jack of all trades playthrough. Most likely. We still have a few bosses to kill. If I end up going very slow, then it'll be split across 2 days. But this damage retort science has me... I have ideas for what I want the next playthrough to be. I think that'll be a good time. But if you're not already following the channel and you're enjoying the content and you like theory craft and challenge runs and all that kind of stuff, drop a follow. I don't have follower alerts on. No one will see. I know what it's like to want to lurk. I get you. Anyone on BG3 that I know that we can raid? Nobody I know right now. That's okay. We'll raid someone next time. One of the Fire Shield and Armors is too Graven Guard. Yeah. Good chatting. Hope to catch another stream in the future. Looking forward to having you. So I'm not going to bother raiding anyone this time. It's hot. I don't feel like trying to act normal socializing in a new place. So go find someone you enjoy watching, support them, have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Variety, Monday for BG3. Bye-bye.